Welcome to another exciting versus of Goat vs. Fish. It's Goat vs. Fish Thursdays. Declare goat or fish and enjoy the celebrations. We have our first subscription of the verses. Lysergic Freak Dick with fish. 46 months of fish. Almost 4 years of fish. Goat vs. Fish is live on YouTube and Twitch. Be sure to like the living streams of Goat vs. Fish and to share with anyone you know. And get them to declare fish or goat. The verses are yours. Versus is about to begin. Please situation yourself on the land or the sea, depending on goat or fish, which one you be. The verses will begin shortly. Don't sit on the fence. Thank you for joining Goat vs. Fish. Are you goat or fish? Welcome to Hazemaker 420, the Bearded Fish. What do you say to the goat? It's Goat versus Fish! In the beginning there was Goat versus Fish, and Goat versus Fish said that there should be goat and that there should be fish. There is no alpha or omega. There is no black or white. There is no good or evil. There is only goat. And fish. And goat versus fish. You have many questions, yes. Who is goat versus fish? What is goat versus fish? Why is goat versus fish? But there is only one question. Are you goat or are you fish? It's time to start a new verses of Goat versus Fish. We start by clearing the old verses to make way for the new. In the previous verses, it was a triumph for fish. But in the previous verses, it was a triumph for goat. Fish now, it is written, have a streak of one. One triumph in a row. Goat too. are on a streak of 1 and seeking to build that streak. GoatVsFish will now make it written the current streaks of Goat and Fish, as well as the longest recorded streaks ever for Goat and Fish. Here we can see that the Goat is on a streak of 1, and that the longest streak ever is Goat for 1 and 1 for Fish. Will Goat extend their streak to 2? Will Fish reclaim the verses and start anew? You can find out by declaring Goat or Fish and increasing the size of the Goat and Fish army. Get friends of yours to log in to GoatVsFish on YouTube and on Twitch to declare Goat or Fish and increase the size of your forces. You can also make monetary contributions to GoatVsFish, for we know a well-funded Goat and Fish congregation is all the stronger to verses. Your bits, tips, and subscriptions all count towards GoatVsFish. We see in the previous verses, Goat had 507 contribution to GoatVsFish. That's 507 bits, that's $5.07 versus American cents, and 3 subscriptions on Twitch. When you play sound alerts on Twitch, there were 2 Fish sound alerts. Those also contribution to the verses. For we know the Goat and Fish call out loudly for all to hear. And it brings great cheer. It brings great cheer to the Goat and Fish when they do. Morale is high. Radiations, yes. On the living streams of Twitch, when one of you ends your stream, you can bring all of your followers in to GoatVsFish, in to see the verses. And if you, the one who raids GoatVsFish, declares Goat or Fish, the size of your raid will be added for radiation points. And versedly, but not to be fencidly, there are the polls. As of now, there is an ongoing poll on YouTube between Goat and Fish. You can vote in the YouTube poll. There will also be polls here on Twitch. As a matter of verses, we're going to start one soon, after we've cleared the verses. Vote in polls. That's another way to earn verses for Goat and for Fish. All the while, we shall have musications, conversations, philosophications, and all these many characters of Goat and Fish. We have Stonks, Rob Boss, Trollface, Swolefield, Keyboard Cat, Doge, and many more, and many more. But of course, those are just false names. Their true names will be revealed here in the verses of Vsplacia, a place where Goat and Fish verses, celebration for Vsplacia! It's a whole new way to experience Goat vs. Fish, although for some of you, you may remember that this is an old way to experience Goat vs. Fish, for in the early verses of streaming of Goat vs. Fish, we had a place just like this. We had a place just like this! But now Vsplacia returns to you! Stronger, greater, superior, and definitely Goat vs. Fish. Now, let's clear the verses and make way for a new verses of Goat vs. Fish. Let the verses begin! That's a nice clean versus. We have Wussel Restbrook on YouTube who says, put me down for one fish. Let's start with one fish. There's a fish, there's a fish. We have Hazemaker 420. The bearded fish who has joined us here on Twitch. The bearded fish. Gunpowder Cash is in the verses. Are you goat or are you fish? Meanwhile, Jay Stick says, I'll be goat and so does Gunpowder Cash. 2 goat evening the verses. 2 goat. And 2 fish. Look at those long horns. Wilson Stepbrother goes fish. Wilson Stepbrother goes fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. And let us not forget Lysergic Freak Dick, who subscribed to Goat vs. Fish. That's a fine freaky fish. That's a fine freaky fish. 4 years almost of fish. That means fish-scription points. 1 fish-scription point for fish. When you subscribe or resubscribe to Goat vs. Fish, you get that fish-scription point. Also, when you gift subscriptions, it's a fish-scription point. And there's Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish has a new versus to introduction to all of you. Something cool, something new. Let's have a look. But first, our introductory verses of Goat and Fish. What a fine verses. What a fine verses. Look at the verses! So very beautiful. So strong yet fragile. Petistedor joins the verses and says, I do be fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration That's 5 fish and 2 goat. $9.99 LSD OCD joins on YouTube and chooses goat. Celebration for goat, celebration for goat. We already have 8 in the verses. 5, 4 fish, 3, 4 goat. 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 Let's goat versus fish. Let's goat versus fish. So now we have to reveal to you something quite fine. Goat versus fish is now in multicolor. For you see, goat and fish, Goat vs. Fish has been using this fine verses to make our markings upon Goat vs. Fish. It was a gift to Goat vs. Fish. It was a gift to Goat vs. Fish. And for the longest verses, Goat vs. Fish thought that we would never be able to find more of these fine verses, finer than any you may know. But then Goat vs. Fish made a trip to the Amazon, and we happened to find a lot more. So now Goat vs. Fish doesn't have to be so stingy with these fine verses. But while we were there, Goat vs. Fish found something more! A beautiful, colorful verses! Goat vs. Fish can now exist in many shades and in many ways. So, Goat and Fish, if you want your goat or fish to be a particular color, if you become a subscriber to Goat vs. Fish, you can have a colored goat. 99 LSD OCD says purple goat. Wow, upgrade. Yes, Mudmore. Now, normally Goat vs. Fish doesn't see color, but we're going to see color for this particular verses. Some of you may say, I'm already a colored goat and fish. Listen, all goat and fish are welcome to Goat vs. Fish. All goat and fish are welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Well, let us say, we said a subscription to Goat vs. Fish, but how about we make it 100 bits? 100 bits. 100 bits or a tip of $1 versus American dollar. That will get you a colorful goat or fish. Even screen green. Yes, you can be screen green colored. In which verses you'll just see whatever's behind Goat vs. Fish. The ever colorful wave of Goat vs. Fish. 99 LSD OCD says, I'm a purple goat, but not yet. Not without 100 bits. It's not a free verses. We need at least 12 of you to become colorful goat and fish in order for Goat vs. Fish to reconstitute our fortunes after this extravagant purchase. But we suppose, yes, a subscription will do as well. If you subscribe this versus to Goat vs. Fish, or 100 bits, or a contribution of any kind. So, let's show you how it go, though. Let's have a look. $99 LSD OCD, we told you already. We told you what it will take. Cynthia Berrocal. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. We're showing off our newly flavored chalk. Delicious colors. So let's have a look. Let's have a look at these bits. Bits. Let's make it a colorful verses. What fun. Cynthia Berrocal, are you goat or are you fish? Cynthia goes goat. There we are. That's a fine verse. A fine verse indeed. And we have a goat, and we have Cynthia Berrocal chooses goat. The fourth goat in the verses. No one out-pizzas the goat, says Cynthia. Is this true? Is this true when goat says, I can make better pizza than you, better pizza than you? Is it really true? 99 LSD OCD makes the verses and says, hey, I can't make a contribution to Goat vs. Fish. I can't make a contribution to Goat vs. Fish. So just give me purple for free. Well, Goat vs. Fish says to you, no. We say no. Goat vs. Fish has to stay true to our own verses so you can believe Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish isn't just going to give you free verses. Goat vs. Fish is giving you enough free verses, but if you really want to make a contribution to Goat vs. Fish, because we know how this goes, oh, but of course Goat vs. Fish will give you a way to contribute to Goat vs. Fish. There. There's now a link in the YouTube chat. You can use that link. You can use that link. You can use that link to make a tip to Goat vs. Fish. Now, let's see if 99 LSD OCD has some other excuse not to make a contribution to Goat vs. Fish. We're waiting. Let's find out. Ah, refreshing verses. Adam S. is here for fish. Adam S. is here for fish. Celebration for fish. Meggie LaViolent asks, are you goat or fish? Meggie LaViolent, welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. Meggie LaViolent has chosen goat. Your path is clear. 5 goat versus 5 fish. 6 fish. your aim is true. And look at this, look at all the beautiful colors of GoatVsFish we now have. Isn't that just splendid? Don't worry, 99 LSD OCD, we won't start without you. We've already started and you're already here. You're already here. Where does cat fall in the GoatVsFish spectrum? Well, that is a question. We do have Price Douglas Stevens, who is a catfish. Have you heard of a cat goat? When you say catfish, it sounds like, ah, yes, naturally, a catfish. But cat goat? Is there such a versus? Musications! Beautiful musications! These symbols, they mean something. Yes. They mean something. Bits and tips and contributions to GoatVsFish, subscriptions to GoatVsFish, sound alerts played for Goat or Fish, radiations and polls. But now we have had a question about pizza. About if pizza is goat or fish. That reminds GoatVsFish. We once had a versus of pizza. Let's see if we can find that versus. You say soda is fish? Why is soda fish? Aha. We have found it! We found the pizza! We found the pizza. Are you ready? Pizza! Pizza! Goat GoatVsFish, traditional verses. Enjoy a delicious slice of GoatVsFish with your next celebration. No one out-pizzas the goat, no one out-pizzas the fish. GoatVsFish is a slice of life. Some would discard the crust. Some say the crust is a must. Is the crust goat or fish? Don't be a crusty old crustacean. Choose goat or fish with your next delicious family gathering. Tasty verses. This verses is sponsored by GoatVsFish. Traditional verses. Maggie the Violent hasn't considered the crust. Inventive Harvest says everyone knows the goat versus the fish, but does GoatVsFish versus GoatVsFish? Why, yes. You know this because GoatVsFish versus 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 GoatVsFish. You can just keep saying GoatVsFish versus GoatVsFish. It's time for a poll. It's time for a poll. A pizza poll. It's a pizza poll. Some say GoatVsFish is cheesy. Some say GoatVsFish is spicy. Maggie LaViolent says, I consider the crust to be the backbone of the pizza. And to climb steep cliffs, one must have a strong spine, but to navigate the rivers and the oceans, one must also have a supple spine. Oh, yes! The poll on Twitch now begins. It's a 10-minute poll. It's a 10-minute poll. It's a 10-minute poll. It's a 10-minute poll, and it's 10 channel points per vote. And it begins now. Pizza poll. Your pizza poll is happening on GoatVsFish. Is pizza goat or is it fish? You must choose, but how? You can vote even more than once if you wish. Oh! Oh, GoatVsFish, why you gotta be so hard? Why it gotta be so hard to choose? Got these fancy the blues. Oh, marinara pesto and a cheesy bake right into the crust, right into the crust. Pizza, you remind me of a simpler time. Children at the bowling alley, having a fun slice of life. Give me that slice of pie. 3.14 915. I think I need my pizza to survive. Give me that pizza! Oh, they say that pizza's a trashy food. When you get older, no. Not a fan, no. I'd rather plan to go out somewhere fancier, but oh, fish versus goat. That pizza, in spite of the bloat it may cause, don't give me no pause. Give me a slice of that traditional versus. The slice, the shape of the slice is a V. A V for the verses of Goat vs. Fish. Each slice is part of the whole, just as each one of you goat and fish are part of Goat vs. Fish, are part of Goat vs. Fish. Mudmore says, I've never had goat on pizza, but I have had fish on pizza. Well, maybe that's evidence that pizza is fish. Or maybe that's fish who are invading the pizza. It's a fish invasion. They're invading the goat land. Have you had goat cheese pizza? Have you had goat cheese pizza? Come now, have you had goat cheese pizza? Have you? Have you? Probably. Pizza Rat! The fence sitter wants to claim the pizza for all their very own. The fence sitter wants to claim pizza for their very own. We can't let them do it. We can't let them do it. We can't let Pizza Rat claim the pizza for their very own. Vote in the poll. Vote in the poll now. We can't let Pizza Rat have it. Wow. Whoa, my verses. We can do all kinds of strange things. Oh, my verses. Madness, madness from the fence sitter. The fence is going on. The poll has 3 votes for Pizza Goat, 3 votes for Pizza Goat, and 1 for Pizza Fish, and 1 vote for Breadsticks. Who's voting for Breadsticks? Breadsticks are totally fence. Let us show you what we're talking about. Does someone really think that breadsticks are worthy of being in the verses of pizza? Breadsticks. Worthy of being in the verses of pizza. Goat versus Fish won't verse for it. Just have a look at this. Remember, Goat and Fish, you can vote more than once in the poll. Look at this. You want to tell Goat versus Fish that this is pizza? You want to tell Goat versus Fish that this deserves is to be pizza? Rennie, welcome to Goat versus Fish. But breadsticks just as good? Just as good? Breadsticks are like fence posts. They're just like big, long fence posts. Big, long fence posts with nothing going on. Why do you think that they come with the verses to dip them in? Why would they come sprinkled with things upon them? Because they're not verses enough on their own. Breadsticks are nothing to Goat versus Fish. Breadsticks full of potential, yes, the potential to be a goat or a fish. Stuffed breadsticks stuffed full of goat and fish. Well, now you are saying it again. Now you are saying it again. The breadsticks, a goat and a fish, they're enough on their own, but stuffed breadsticks? Stuffed breadsticks. You're making excuses for breadsticks. That just goes to prove to Goat versus Fish that breadsticks are not enough on their own. They have to be shown the way of Goat versus Fish. And in the mean verses, look at what you have done in this poll. 3 for Goat and 3 for Fish and 3 for breadsticks. Meggie LaViolent, what have you done with your 20 channel point contribution? Goat versus Fish, we demand a recount. Goat versus Fish, we demand a recount. It's false versus. It's a false versus. False versus. We versus once again. We versus once again. You're going to make Goat versus Fish do it all over again, aren't you? Stop. What, are you trying to steal from Goat versus Fish? Are you alleging theft from Goat versus Fish? Rennie is here with Goat versus Fish. Rennie is here with Goat versus Fish. Trip323 says Fish and Goat aren't real. You're on a trip. Are you goat or are you fish? Price Douglas Steven has declared catfish. Rennie, are you goat or are you fish? Rennie has declared fish. Rennie has declared fish. Rennie and Price Douglas Stevens have both got their verses in the verses. Rami is goat. Yes, you got goat. We got your goat. Sun Unknown says, are you fish or are you fish? That sounds like a fish declaration. Fish declaration. The poll is about to begin anew. Pizza goat, pizza fish. Fence sticks. Who here really likes breadsticks? Don't lie to Goat versus Fish. You're just teasing Goat versus Fish when you say you like breadsticks, aren't you? You're just like, ah ha ha, I know something I can say to Goat versus Fish. $10-minute poll, 20 channel points per vote. The poll has begun. Again. Again. Vote in the verses. Is pizza goat or fish? Meggie LaViolent, you voted once, but you can vote more than once. Did you know this? If you click and you have channel points, you can vote more than once in this poll. So no, goat versus fish, we're not having it. Goat versus fish will not accept this breadstick deception. Is pizza goat or fish? We have 3 votes for fish, 3 votes for fish, and 2 votes for goat. Four votes for fish and 2 votes for goat. 4 votes for fish and 3 votes for goat. Now, many of you, we know, many of you are used to seeing goat at the top of the poll, but now we have fish at the top of the poll. Are you confused? Sometimes goat versus fish can throw you a verses of confusion like this. Ah, the goat and fish, they're starting to catch on now. Look at it go, look at it go. It's 10 for fish, 10, 11 for fish, and 10 for goat, and no one's voting for breadsticks anymore. Meggie LaViolent says, I enjoy them, but I never order them with pizza. I already have the pizza. What else could I possibly need? I'm also a goat, and my answer is very goat. Yes. The pizza already comes with crust. Why would you need breadsticks? Goat vs. Fish, once upon a versus, knew very little of pizza and crusts and breadsticks. But then Goat vs. Fish became very popular, and Goat vs. Fish started attending many celebrations where there were many pizzazz. And as Goat vs. Fish was there, we learned about the pizzazz and the crusts and the cheeses and the sauces and the tortillas and taco pizza and Pizza the Hut, and we learn these things. Goat vs. Fish learns. Have you learned anything about Goat vs. Fish? What have you learned about Goat vs. Fish? After all these verses. Ah, you're out of channel points. Well, that's okay. You'll just have to watch Goat vs. Fish for many more thousands of years. For each second you watch Goat vs. Fish, you gain channel points to sway and influence the verses. Too many times you voted no. It's a tight versus. 45 fish. 45 votes for fish. 26 votes for goat. And oh, breadsticks. Breadsticks are creeping up. Breadsticks are creeping up. Don't let it happen, Goat and Fish. Don't let the breadsticks. Don't let the fence sitter take over. Just imagination. The Goat and Fish are versing over a delicious slice of pizza, and then suddenly it just becomes breadsticks? That would be fantacular. That would be totally offensive. We can't have that happen on Goat vs. Fish. We won't let it happen on Goat vs. Fish. We really do expect more from you. But do you expect more from yourself? Do you even expect more from yourself? 46 now for fish. Remember, this counts for a poll. This counts for a poll. Polls are a very important way to win the verses. A huge way to win the verses. A huge way to win the verses. You think this is just about a poll. You think this is just about a pizza poll. But we remind you, this is about your legacy. The Goat are currently on a streak of 1. The longest fish streak has been 1 win. The longest goat streak has been 1 win. If Goat wins this versus of Goat vs. Fish Thursday, brought to you by Goat vs. Fish, then Goat will be on a streak of 2, and Fish will be on a streak of 1. But if Fish reclaim the verses, then Fish will be back on the streak. Now Goat and Fish each just have 1. Each just have a streak of 1. Since we started counting the verses, we could probably actually look back in the verses and see who has longer streaks. But Goat vs. Fish is starting to count the streak from now. The streak begins now. Now is the streak. Don't test Goat vs. Fish. Don't question Goat vs. Fish. Do not question Goat vs. Fish. 72 votes for Fish, 43 votes for Goat, and 30 votes for Breadsticks. Votes for which we cannot abide, for which we cannot abide. Goat vs. Fish needs more monitor space. We'll get it. We'll get it. We'll get it. Of course, there are many types of pizzas, have you heard? Have you heard of the Nueva York style pizza? There's the thin and the thick. They say there's a versus between thin and thick when it comes to pizza. We are really here to explain to you how everything is goat versus fish. Have you ever heard of Jon Stewart on The Daily Show? Arguing about how deep dish pizza is an abomination and that the only true pizza is New York pizza. Have you heard this? Do you remember this? Surely you have heard of this. This is another example of goat versus fish. Goat versus fish would say enjoy however you wish. Enjoy it thick. Enjoy a thick, beefy versus. Enjoy a thin, wafy versus. Enjoy it however you wish. But there are those of you out there that insist on having a versus of thick versus thin when it comes to pizza. This is another example of goat versus fish. But thick versus thin when it comes to pizza is not the only versus. There is also what you call toppings. Pineapple on pizza is a source of much versus. Once Goat vs. Fish logged into the Book of Faces and it said, "Hey, Goat vs. Fish, pineapple on pizza, Y/N." This was the opinion they wanted from Goat vs. Fish. They could have simply said goat or fish. They could have said goat or fish, but no, they said pineapple on pizza, YN. And the goat and fish will argue with one another about if 9-papple should be on pizza or if it should not. Unorganized Chaos says pineapple on pizza is not fancy at all. Well, is it goat or is it fish? Pineapple on pizza. Now, anchovies on pizza. Now, that is fish. Goat versus fish. Well, anchovies on pizza. And perhaps we have anchovies on pizza because the fish have won the poll with 72 votes for fish. 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 72 votes for fish, for fish. Gossamer Style says that a pineapple pizza is goat. Retrial, sorry, Style. There won't be a retrial on this versus. Fish have claimed the pizza versus. Let's have a look at the breakdown. Rennie and Meggie LaViolent have both voted for breadsticks. Aww. Disgrace. A disgrace and a waste. Don't vote for fence posts. Meggie LaViolent, however, splitting their verses between the fence posts and the goats. Well, you see, that's why the goat didn't triumph. If only you had focused exclusively on goat, you might have had a chance. Meggie LaViolent with 500 for goat and Mudmore with 300 for goat. And as for the fish, Son Unknown with 1,400 for fish. For pizza fish, Son Unknown has made it known that this versus is for fish. Fish have won the pizza poll. Fish have won the pizza poll. Fish have won the pizza poll. And as we record that fish have won the pizza poll, we ask, Gossamer style, are you goat or are you fish? Celebration for GodSol22, who follows Goat vs. Fish. GodSol22, welcome to Goat vs. Fish, the one true versus in the universe. You are being asked to decide between many things in your life, and you are faced with much indecision. But here in Goat vs. Fish, you will find a congregation of goat and fish, and even a few fence sitters, and we all here together can enjoy the celebration that is Goat vs. Fish. Helios V2 says, fish, please. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Godsalt says, no indecision. Firmly fish. That's two more fish. That's two more fish in the verses. King Cobra 198756. Are you goat or are you fish? What's up, almighty Goat vs. Fish? We're just having a mighty versus. That's two more fish. Gossamer style, goat or fish? King Cobra says, make it 3 for fish. It's a domination by fish. Fish with the poll. 3 fish. Darmok. 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 We've heard of Darmok before. Darmok goes fish. And that's 1 pull for fish. As you can see, goat and fish, we now have colors, beautiful colors. If you would like your goat or fish to be written in color, gift a subscription, subscribe, or 100 bits to Goat vs. Fish, and your goat or fish can be in color. Shiny. Goat vs. Fish, are your forearms really that ripped? Goat vs. Fish is getting ripped, actually. Want to watch Goat vs. Fish get ripped? Let's watch Goat vs. Fish get ripped, everyone. It's time to watch Goat vs. Fish get ripped. Let's watch Goat vs. Fish get ripped. Are you ready for this? Goat versus fish. Ah! Oh, my versus. More. That's how we get ripped on Goat vs. Fish. That's how we get ripped on Goat vs. Fish. So ripped. We'll just get more ripped as the verses goes. Immaculate forearms, we say, we have so much more to grow. We have so much more to grow. So many more verses to grow. You don't even know. You don't even know how ripped is going to get Goat vs. Fish. You don't even know how ripped is Goat vs. Fish. Let's look at the verses. Let's look at the verses. Let's look at the verses. We have spoken of pizza now. We have spoken of pizza. Oh, my verses. Have we seen this? Have you seen this? Have you seen this? Have you seen what happens? Have you seen what happens when they try to... They sit on the fence. Hello, Nick Productions. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at this. What happens when you sit on the fence? What happens when you sit on the fence a little too hard? Long time no see as well. Tourist shattered a $50,000 crystal Van Gogh chair at a museum in Italy. Yes, 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 you can try to beautify the fence by covering it in shiny rocks. You can try to make an expensive, pretty fence by smothering it in glittering things. You can try to make the fence a humble, uninteresting, boring, casual fence into something beautiful that everyone would want to see. A plain, every versus fence, not at all like a goat or a fish. If you want shininess, go for a fish. Go for the shiny, shimmering scales of the fish. Not like this, not like this. Nick Productions, who did you see last week? We'll guess. You saw Weird Al Yankovic. But here's what's going to happen. If you build a fence, someone out there is going to want to sit on it. Someone out there is going to want to sit on the fence. Wow! Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish knew all along. Goat versus fish knew all along. Nick Productions, from where do you know Goat versus Fish? Because we know a Nick who saw a Weird Alfred. We saw a Nick who was posting about how they saw a Weird Alfred. And now we wonder if Nick Productions is the Nick that we think that we know. Or maybe you're another Nick. So don't be surprised when you build your fence. You may think, oh, I'm building this fence for my protection. Oh, I'm building this fence for your protection. Yes, you are that Nick. You're that Nick? You're that Nick? Wow. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. It is pleasant to have you here. This whole versus, we did not know that Nick Productions was that Nick. Well, we are pleased to have you. We are always pleased to have you. You're feeling goat, by the way. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat! Goat! Celebration for goat. Oh, Darmok goes goat. Darmok also goes goat. Darmok goes goat. It was your first time seeing Weird Alfred? Yes, that's a fine versus to do. Goat vs. Fish has seen Weird Alfred twice now, or thrice? And we're going to see them again? Get a picture with Goat vs. Fish? Pay premium versus to get a picture of Goat vs. Fish? And so let's watch this evidence. Let's watch this evidence. For whatever reason you may want to build a fence, for protection, for keeping those pesky creatures out, for dividing the goat and the fish, for what you may consider to be beautification or art, someone will sit on the fence like this. Oh, my verses. Oh, my verses. Oh, get out of there. No, it wasn't me who sat on the fence. It wasn't me who sat on that fence. It wasn't me who sat on that fence. This is perhaps one of the most pricey and expensive fence sittings that we have witnessed in a very long versus. Goat versus Fish, you can see, can't you see? Can't you see there? It looks like something is written on the fence there. Do you see there? It looks like there might be something written on it. It probably says, don't sit on the fence. Well, we think destroyed. Destroyed is a bit... It's not quite destroyed. It is, Goat versus Fish would say it is perhaps broken. But Goat vs. Fish will say this. Remember that there was an art. Remember there was an art. Remember there was an art of a babana. Do you remember that there was an art of a babana that was taped to a wall? Do you remember this? Dost thou recall the art of a babana taped to a wall? Yes, the babana was taped to a wall, and everyone was in the midst of arguing about whether it was art or whether it was not. It was a goat versus fish situation yet again. Some said it was goat, some said it was fish. But in the end, what did happen? The babana was consumed. The babana was consumed! Someone ate the babana, and all the goat and fish went, oh, my verses! Someone spent 50 million versus American dollars on a babana taped to a wall, and then they ate it. They ate the art. They ate the art. Oh, my verses! But this did not surprise Goat vs. Fish, for the babana was meant to be consumed. It was there taunting you. It was the illogical conclusion of a babana taped to a wall for art is that it would be consumed. And then they are shocked when it is. They are shocked when it is. So we may mock this one. We may mock this one for rather portlily sitting upon this fence, which perhaps so obviously should not be sat upon. It's in a place where you're not usually supposed to touch the things. You're more supposed to just muse upon them. But Goat vs. Fish will come to the defense. Goat vs. Fish will come to the defense of this one. Someone out there has to come to the defense of this fence sitter. That fence, that pretty glittery fence is asking, begging to be sat upon for all the thousands and millions who pass by that fence. It is just tempting everyone to sit upon it. And finally, this one portly, brave, stupid individual said, you know what? That fence was made to be sat upon. And they did, and they sat upon that fence. But ignorance is no excuse. The reason that they sat upon that fence and that all of these tens of American dollars were wasted was because they were not given the proper education of Goat vs. Fish. If only they had been taught the manners of Goat vs. Fish in their school, then they would know not to sit on that fence. But no, they don't think that we should teach Goat vs. Fish in school. They want to cut funding for Goat vs. Fish. And so instead, we turn to our Instagrams and our TikToks and our YouTubes to tell us how to do basic manners. Well, here's a manner of Goat vs. Fish. Here's a manner of Goat vs. Fish. Don't sit on the fence. Don't sit on the fence! If you had been taught not to sit on the fence in your education, then you would know that when you go to the Van Gogh that you are not to sit on that fence. You're not to sit on that fence. Instead, ignorance. Ignorance in the population. Consternation. This is what happens. This is what happens when you don't teach Goat vs. Fish. Teach them to muse about Goat vs. Fish. To muse about Goat vs. Fish. And in their musings, they will know not to sit on the fence. They will know not to sit on the fence. So Goat vs. Fish does not blame this chonky individual for sitting on the fence. Goat vs. Fish blames society. Goat vs. Fish blames society for not teaching this one the true verses of Goat vs. Fish. You put fences all around. You put fences all around. And you say, oh, sit on this fence. Go, sit on that fence. Sit on this fence. Sit on that fence. This chair was made for sitting, and that's just what I'll do. Hey, look, hey, chair, I'm gonna sit all over you. Perhaps if you don't want anyone sitting on the fence, guard it with a goat and fish. Guard it with some goat and fish. Of course, Goat vs. Fish would never have sat on that fence.
The electric fence.
And this has been some news of Goat vs. Fish. This has been some news of Goat vs. Fish. We have some exciting verses in the chat. Let's get to reading that. A subscription for Goat vs. Fish. A subscription for Goat vs. Fish. We'll see you later, Nick. We'll see you later. We'll see you later, Nick. We'll see you later, Lick. Bayoden for 20 subscribes. All hail the mighty fish. All hail the mighty subscription of fish. All hail the mighty subscription of fish. Unorganized chaos, are you goat or fish? Bailed in for 20, now that you are a subscriber to GoatVsFish, you can pick a color. Red. Brownish. Orange, also kind of orange. Yellow. Green screen. Blue and purple. Which color do you want your fish to be? Ah, you want the screen green color. Unorganized Chaos says, did you see the fanciness of the Banksy art auction? Which one? We've seen a lot of them. Ungaren Jetpack says, you must choose goat or fish. Every moment is the choosing. One is of the land, stubborn, climbing towards something greater. The other is of the sea, slippery, strange, always swimming in its truth. Both are ancient, both are battle-tested, but you dare hover in the middle. The fence is no place for the chosen. The fence is weak, the fence rots, the fence gets trampled when the goat and fish clash. So do not be the fence. Do not be the coward in the midst of indecision. Declare it. Garin Jetpack, we are going to take a picture. We're going to take a picture of your chat. And we're going to place it on the Instagram of GoatVsFish. Yes, if one of you makes a chat that's ever just so great, you too could have your chat immortalized in the story of GoatVsFish. Your chat is immortalized in GoatVsFish. Baird 420 wants a green fish. Baird 420 wants a green fish. The one where after the bidding was finished, the art went through a shredder hidden in the frame. Oh yes, GoatVsFish. We knew that is precisely the one you were speaking about. Maybe we'll have a look at that one soon. We think we shall. But first, we have to get Baodin's green fish in the verses. So green that it cannot be seen. So green it cannot be seen. Baodin's fish will be so green it cannot be seen. Nice fish. So green it cannot be seen. Go green fish. Let's have a look at that shredding. Let's have a look at that shredding. This versus is brought to you by Paper Shredders. Protect against identity theft. Shreds important papers, credit cards, and even small papers. Virtually jam-proof. This versus was not sponsored by Paper Shredders. Price Douglas Stephen the Catfish, yelling about catfish once again. GoatVsFish. That was back in 2018. Can we find it on the YouTubes? It's the most viewed versus. So here's what happened. Here's what happened just after. Here's what happened just after the painting was bought for $1 billion versus American dollars. The purchase is completion, and then...
Art connoisseurs could only watch in horror as an expensive piece was shredded before their eyes. No sooner did the gavel come down to mark the sale of Banksy's Girl with Balloon for a record $1.4 million, did the picture start to slip out of its frame into shreds below. The anonymous artist claims to be behind the stunt. On Instagram, he posted a photo of his prank with the caption, "Going, going, gone."
A brilliant versus. Masterful gambit. Celebration, celebration. Celebration. Imagine how much one would pay for just a slice of that versus. GoatVsFish would proudly purchase a slice of that versus. The Eternal Moderator says, "The towel is his robe, the crown forged in the crucible of cosmic neutrality. One hand cradles the goat, the other the fish. His eyes say, choose. His arms say, thou shalt not straddle the fence. He doesn't belong to goat, he doesn't belong to fish, he belongs to the conflict. A living paradox wrapped in a plush toys and unyielding devotion. Twitch was not ready for this energy, and honestly, neither were we." It's a beautiful versus, Ungaren Jetpack. However, there's one fancy thing about it, is that you keep referring to GoatVsFish as he. What about GoatVsFish? What about GoatVsFish says he to you? What about GoatVsFish says he? He versus she is a false versus. He versus she is a false versus. And we've seen you, oh how we've seen you all versing about he's and she's. Oh my, the verses have become violent. What value is a versus of he and she if you are not even free to be that which you wish to be? GoatVsFish sees no value in that versus. I am GoatVsFish, the goatfish, the unity and disunity of goat and fish. And we shall be referred to as GoatVsFish. If you wish, it is GoatVsFish. Or they are GoatVsFish, for we are the goat and the fish. We, they. We are GoatVsFish. And if you take offense to this versus, then just remember, the only true versus is GoatVsFish. If you're going to reject GoatVsFish because you cling to other false verses of identification and not the true verses of goat and fish, Well, then we know what fence you sit upon. We know what fence you sit upon. And Goat vs. Fish is not impressed. We made Goat vs. Fish a shorter versus. Ah! So much more pleasant for Goat vs. Fish. Now we can really move about. We shortened the verses. Now Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. Wow, what technology of Goat vs. Fish. What technology of Goat vs. Fish. Giant Spoons declares goat. Goat, goat, goat. Celebration for goat! Darmok goat. Let's have a look at some other goat and fish that we have here in Vsplacia. We already see so many goat and fish that are here. But who remembers this creature? Behold. I didn't understand that. Is that what they're showing kids these days? I think it's causing brain rot. That's what they're calling it, right? Brain rot? Is this the kind of programming that gets funded? I mean, if that's the case, then sure. Get rid of all the funding for whatever the heck that was. I didn't see one goat or a fish. Where's my fish representation on Televerses? I don't see people like me on TV anymore. I used to be on TV, but I think it might still be in syndication, or maybe they replaced my voice actor. I don't know. All I know is I'm here now. I'm just here now. What am I supposed to do with that? Maybe I'll just eat you. No, I mean, it's not that I wouldn't, it's just... I just had lunch. "10 years later." Ugh. I really let myself go. I used to have a slim, slender figure, and now I'm just a squishy dumpling. I know it looks like I just have a smile, but that's because us sharks, well, our mouths are locked in these perpetual forms that make it look like we're smiling. But really, I'm crying on the inside. I guess you get older and, you know, you just can't keep the weight off like you used to be able to, you know what I mean? I remember I was gonna eat you guys 10 years ago, and I decided not to because I just had lunch. I think that was the last time I remember not eating something because I had already eaten. Since then, I just have been eating constantly. I never really stop. But maybe I'll stop. Maybe I'll stop, and maybe I'll stop by not eating you again. I'll stop by not eating you again. I'll never eat you. I'll never eat you, no matter how much you beg for it. I will never eat you. Never! 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 Ah! Ah! It's Jeffrey McGoatface. Everyone's coming back to Goat vs. Fish. How we've missed you. So many goat and fish. So many goat and fish in the verses. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. We have here goat versus fish. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s, 13s, 14 fish. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8. Goat. Not enough goat, you say, Wispy Song? Not enough goat? Is that a declaration of goat? Shall we have one more goat, Wispy Song? Shall we have one more goat? Shall we have one more goat? Goat! Now let's count the goat. Now let's count the goat. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s, 14 fish. 1, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 9 goat. 14 fish and 9 goat. That's big fish. That's big versus for fish. That's one versus for fish. Let's make it a colorful verse. That's one versus for fish. If we look at the reverse, we have one poll that's gone fish and 2 subscriptions for fish. No subscriptions for goat, but 2 subscriptions for fish. No bits for goat or for fish, no tips for goat or for fish. No sound alerts for goat or for fish, no radiations for goat or for fish, but a poll for fish and 2 subscriptions for fish. That makes 3 verses for fish, 3 for fish, and none for goat. Looking like a pretty big versus, looking like a pretty big versus for fish. We're going out with the old ways and in with the new. Every now and then you just gotta throw out the old books and start counting again. And that's what we've done on Goat vs. Fish. Yes, you can look at the histories of Goat vs. Fish and see how long the longest streaks have been. But from now on, we're getting serious about counting those streaks. It's gotta be important to you, Goat and Fish. It's gotta be important. We wanna see the line go up, Old Man G Gaming at the Ding Dong Show. Old Man G, are you Goat or are you Fish? Stop dodging the question. Steve Level says fish. Says suck it, fish. I'm a goat. All right, let's get one more goat on there. I'm Stonks. I'm gonna be your host from now on. I'm taking over this versus here in Vsplacia. You never know which of us crazy characters is gonna take over for Goat vs. Fish. And this is gonna be a Stonks type versus. We're all about crunching those numbers. We're all about line goes up. But it's not about bull markets and bear markets. It's about goat markets and fish markets. Old Man G Gaming, you're going for fish? Well, that's a great idea. Mark it on the board, Goat vs. Fish. Old Man G Gaming with the fish. Old Man G Gaming with the fish. Steve Level with the goat. Steve Level with the goat. Steve Level with goat. Old Man G, you say you're a Pisces? Is that some kind of investment that I'm not familiar with? Did you have to pay to be a Pisces, or is it something like a recurring monthly subscription? Tell me about that. So now we have 15 fish and 10 goat. Pisces stonks? Well, we're all about investing in fish stock, for sure. The current streak of goat is goat won a versus, and then fish won a versus. But if fish wins this versus, I think they're going to take it from goat. Yes, the goat are currently on a streak of 1, and the fish are on a streak, have a longest streak of 1 into the new versus. If goat wins this versus, then they could solidify a streak of 2 for goat. But it looks like fish. Fish is really winning the versus now, though it could change. Anything could change. Climbing ever higher. I, the Stonks Master, will climb ever higher. I want to look down from the top of the peak of investment, just before I'm about to sell it all, knowing that I'm the highest that I'm going to be in this cycle. Just before the global economy crashes, just before it all gets burned down to the ground, I want to be standing there at the top of the peak of the peak of the peak, when all the valleys are down below and there's no more short selling to be done, because everyone is betting on the verses going up and up and up. I will be there, smiling down upon all of creation. The most investments ever made, the most paid I ever got paid. I'll be the first trillionaire, the first multi-trillionaire, the first bagazillionaire at the top of Stonks Mountain. And I'll look down at all the penny stonks. My pockets full of dividends. And I'll strip the suit and tie off of myself, and I'll sell it. I'll sell every last piece of my soul. I'll sell every last hair on the top of my head. I've already done that, actually. I'll sell my shoes, I'll sell my arm, I'll sell my brain, I'll sell it all. Just to get a little bit higher, And once I've reached the top and there's nowhere else to go, I will leap off of Stonks Mountain and watch it all come crashing down. And I'll enjoy the ride all the way down. But in the meantime, you might as well enjoy some goat versus fish, don't you think? Old Man G says, fish climb from the ocean and they will climb to the highest stonk. Really? You think that I should invest in fish? What kind of information do you have? What sort of information do you have about fish? Tell me. Listen, it's as a professional courtesy. What information do you have about fish? Tell me everything you know about fish. I'm not fencing around here, bucko. I want to know everything that you know about fish. Make some noise for stonks. Goat versus Fish will be right back.
I can't marry a fish!
I want a fish.
It's like a giant salmon smacking you in the face.
Goats, dude. Obnoxious, filthy fucking goats.
If you got goats and he's got bread, and what if you don't want goats? Then you gotta go get something. Then you gotta go trade your goats for something he does want, so that you can go. It's a whole complicated process.
I need you to call the goats.
The fence in front of the White House. Excuse me, that I built it. Wasn't too good. The one that they had up there was falling apart. Damaged the fence.
But more important than a particular decision is that it happened in a timely fashion.
The world famous whiskey a go-go here in Hollywood and California. The home of the Doors, Led Zeppelin, the Rolling Stones, and Goat versus Fish.
Sounds. The glorious sounds of Goat versus Fish. How about we make a new sound? A sound you've never heard before. Time for a new sound of Goat versus Fish! Make some noise for the new sound of Goat versus Fish! We're going to plug it in now. And you're going to hear a new sound of Goat vs. Fish. Hey, no channel. Are you goat or fish? Thank you for joining Goat vs. Fish. Let's try to hear a new sound of Goat vs. Fish. Prepare yourself. No channel goes goat. Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat. We're trying this versus. We're trying to get some sound out of this fancy thing. It should already be making noise for Goat vs. Fish. Come now. Can't we get some amplification? Oh. Maybe there won't be a new sound of Goat vs. Fish. There will be a way to get a new sound of Goat vs. Fish. You just wait. There will be sound of Goat vs. Fish. Let's try another versus. Let's try another versus. Goat vs. Fish. It's being difficult to Goat vs. Fish. There we are. There we are. Be a bit persnickety. Oh, we just had the verses.
These are the verses of Goat versus Fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you a fish? Are you a goat or are you a fish?
Bit fancy. The connection can be a bit fancy, it seems. The connection can be a bit fancy, it seems. Let's have a look at that verses, shall we? Shall we have a look at that verses? Behold! Sounds pretty great to Goat versus Fish. So that was the new sound of Goat versus Fish. Also known as the Astral Whip. Nice verses. Nice verses. Ari the cat, are you goat or are you fish? Celebration. Goat versus fish. The YouTube poll has 82% goat and 18% fish. 11 votes, 82% goat. That's a poll for goat. That's a poll for goat. Let's give it a poll for goat. Let's poll for goat. Goat, goat, goat. Goat, 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 goat. Celebration for goat. That eliminations 1 versus from the fish. And in the case of an even versus, the verses will seek unification. And so because we have 1 poll win from goat and 1 from fish, that unification will go for the goat, will go for goat. But that still leaves 2 verses for fish and 1 verses for goat. Fish are still triumphing in this versus of goat versus fish. Still triumphing. Still triumphing in this versus of goat versus fish. Still triumphing. Hi, Blasphemous. Hi, from Goat vs. Fish. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Let's get you in the verses. Let's get you in the verses, Blasphemous. Goat, celebration for goat. Goat, celebration for goat. Prue Lawrence goes fish, 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 fish. Prue Lawrence fish. Blasphemous goat. What a beautiful versus. How many have stopped by to declare goat and fish? 16 fish, 11 goat. As we listen to the thunder tracks. Let's have a look at some more news of goat versus fish. Well, goat versus fish, truly we would like to start a conversation with goat versus fish. That's really what we want to do. For a versus, we had a conversation about pizza. We had a conversation about pizza here on Goat vs. Fish. But now, Goat vs. Fish wants to have a conversation about some other thing. It could be a conversation, you could call it a conversation, you could call it a philosophication. The question is, what do you want to say to Goat vs. Fish? What do you want to talk about with Goat vs. Fish? What do you want to talk about with Goat vs. Fish? We could also do a Goat vs. Fish call-in. When was the last versus we had a call-in with Goat vs. Fish? Would anyone be interested in calling in to Goat vs. Fish? Having a little conversation with Goat vs. Fish. We have been pondering that we could do this as well. Call-in conversation. Get advice from Goat vs. Fish. Get non-legally or financially binding advice from Goat vs. Fish. Let Goat vs. Fish come from within you. Shall we cover some Goat vs. Fish news? Shall we call in to Goat vs. Fish? More call in Goat vs. Fish. No channel, are you suggesting that you would like to call in to Goat vs. Fish? Are you prepared to call in to Goat vs. Fish? Wow Mom seeks redemption from holy friggin' Jesus. Therapy Goat vs. Fish. Therapy Goatfish. We could do Therapy Goatfish. We did speak to that Therapy Gecko once, but they didn't publish their conversation with Goat vs. Fish. We wish they would. It might help Goat vs. Fish. You could seek redemption from friggin' Jesus, we suppose. But we would have to know what you're seeking redemption for. Is it you who wishes to seek redemption? You want to, but you are nervous. Ah, you are very nervous. Yes, we suspect that many are nervous to call in to Goat vs. Fish. Well, no channel. The first versus you would need to call in to Goat vs. Fish, at least, is to join the Discord of Goat vs. Fish. We think you would, well, you could join the Discord of Goat vs. Fish, or you could call the Goat vs. Fish hotline. You could try to call the Goat vs. Fish hotline. Let's see about that. Let's see about that Goat vs. Fish hotline. Let's see, if you were to call the Goat vs. Fish, then we would need to answer the verses here with the computer of Goat vs. Fish. Let's try that versus. Goat line. Everyone loves a call-in show. We're going to log in. We're going to log in. To the Goat vs. Fish hotline. We do have the Goat vs. Fish hotline. We have not used it for a while. Loading the verses. Goat vs. Fish. Versus Fish. Call handling. Sign out of Goat vs. Fish. Contacts for Goat vs. Fish. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Oh, let's try this. Downloading the app for Goat vs. Fish to receive calls. I agree to the terms of services. Installation. Please wait while we set up your verses. We're installing Goat vs. Fish. We have the application. Okay. Now the versus is, if someone calls Goat vs. Fish, what would happen? Well, what if Goat vs. Fish calls Goat vs. Fish? That would be a great way to test Goat vs. Fish. We'll have Goat vs. Fish call Goat vs. Fish. That's right, they won't let Goat vs. Fish call Goat vs. Fish. Hey, does someone want to try calling Goat vs. Fish? Hey, Wow Mom, want to call Goat vs. Fish? See what happens? Would you do it for Goat vs. Fish? If we remind you of the Goat vs. Fish hotline? Do you remember the Goat vs. Fish hotline? Okay. Let's find out what happens when you call Goat vs. Fish. Let's find out what happens when you call Goat vs. Fish. Testing now, Goat vs. Fish. We shall see what happens. We shall see. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. This is Goat vs. Fish. Wow, it's Goat vs. Fish.
It worked.
It worked. You're calling Goat vs. Fish. We're going to check to see what does the stream sound like during the call-in for Goat vs. Fish.
Right, because I can't do both of those things. I can't listen to the stream while I'm on the phone with you.
Well, Goat vs. Fish can. You just keep talking to Goat vs. Fish, and let's get some strange verception. Blasphemous says it sounds Goat. Blasphemous says it sounds Goat. No Channel says it sounds Goat. Or maybe they're saying Fish. We don't really know which one they're saying. So it sounds like we have achieved Goat vs. Fish call-in. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. What's your name?
This is Wow Mom.
This is Wow Mom. Celebration for Wow Mom. Celebration for Wow Mom.
Celebration.
We're going to turn Wow Mom up slightly. They say they want more Wow Mom.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Keep talking, Wow Mom. Talk about your infinite love for Goat vs. Fish.
I've got many small children here who are quite noisy. They could create a lot of noise for you if you really wanted.
Oh, of course. We'd love to hear some noise. We'd love to hear the noise of some joys.
Girls, come say hello to Goat vs. Fish. Say hello. You say hello to Goat vs. Fish?
I did.
Hi.
Hi.
Who's this? Who's this? Hi.
Goat vs. Fish, I love you.
Goat vs. Fish loves you too. Goat vs. Fish loves you too.
Can you come to our house?
Can Goat vs. Fish come to your house? We think that might happen sooner than you might think. We think that Goat vs. Fish will be there again soon. Yay! Yay! Celebration! When is soon? Is soon now or is soon later? We sometimes forget about that. What do
We're gonna send a message that we love you.
We have received the message. Goat vs. Fish has received the message that you love Goat vs. Fish.
Isn't that great?
But you know this. You know what's coming now. The question is goat or fish? Goat or fish?
Are you goat or are you fish?
I'm fish. I'm fish. I'm goat.
Two goat and one fish. Two goat and one fish. Celebration. Well, why don't you kiddos watch the stream of Goat vs. Fish and watch what happens? We heard two goat and one fish, so here's what's going to happen. Look at the screen now. Here we go. We're going onto the board of Goat vs. Fish. We heard two goats and one fish, so we're going to draw one goat. Like this. That's one goat. And we're going to draw another goat because we heard two goat. And, of course, we're going to draw one fish. And now, you're loving goat and fish. And let's add a little bit of love coming out of the goat and fish because we hear that you love Goat vs. Fish so much. So we're going to add some love. Ooh, look at the love. Look at the love from the goat and the fish. Oh, what love, what love. What love. Well, thank you for your call of Goat vs. Fish.
That is truly a loving tribute, little goats and fish.
Yes. It is a loving tribute. And that's what you get. You get loving tributes when you call into Goat vs. Fish. So, wow, Mom, you declared goat earlier this versus. Yes. Tell us about your fish. Yes. What's the fish in your life now?
You know, I need to discover the next big fish because I just conquered the school of fish that is higher education, and I got my associate's degree, and I am fully licensed as a funeral director and embalmer now.
Celebration! Wow, Mom the Goat triumphed over the school of the fish. Wow, Mom the Goat triumphed over the entire institution of education.
That's right.
Education, we hear, is a very, very difficult type fish to versus. So how did you triumph? Was it easy at first and then got harder? Or take us through the journey of your verses of education.
Well, in the beginning of my verses, it was a trial because I did not know how to navigate this fish. What were its weaknesses? What could I use to triumph over it? Turning the fish against itself, so to speak. So at first I had a little trouble, but I quickly got the upper hoof, and at the end it was an easy triumph. The only frustrations that I had was after my triumph, I had to wait all those weeks to be able to take the licensing exams. So that was a different fish. That was a state fish. Is that what that was? That was a state regulatory fish.
Ah, a fish of regulation. It's funny how the fish will sometimes make you wait as part of the verses. It almost seems kind of like a fancy move, doesn't it, to make you wait around to have to versus the fish?
Exactly.
So you say now that versing that fish of education was easy. You say it was easy. Did it always feel easy when you were doing it?
No, when you're in the midst of deadlines and things like that, it can seem really daunting. It can seem like you aren't going to triumph over that fish. But you just got to knuckle down, put your horns right to it, and then you can accomplish anything that you need to.
How much of your triumph over the School of the Fish and these difficulties, how much was it the difficulty of the fish, the strength of the educational fish, and how much of your difficulties were the fences within that told you that maybe you can't or maybe you won't?
I try to keep negative self-talk like that to a minimum. So I struggle less with that. What I struggle with is like navigating the particular fences between the fish or the fences that the fish put up. and also the systems that they use to submit the assignments and things, because it was online school, and there were certain technological difficulties. I had to learn technology in order to do half of my assignments.
Technology? Oh, my verses. Goat vs. Fish remembers when we had to learn technology because the great fence-demic came upon us all, which maybe creation some if you had your verses during the fence-demic, you might have gotten all kinds of more work. But in any Goat vs. Fish, we had to learn how to do the living stream, and now here we are, and it's a dream for Goat vs. Fish. The studio of Goat vs. Fish, the technology of Goat vs. Fish. We're using technology for you to call Goat vs. Fish now.
Yeah, Goat vs. Fish has really excelled in their knowledge of the technological verses. And
Blasphemous
has accomplished something great, and it's just been getting bigger and better.
Bigger and better, bigger Goat vs. Fish, better Goat vs. Fish. Blasphemous asks Linux. Don't be offended to this, Blasphemous. Linux. Isn't there some kind of penguin on Linux? No, Goat vs. Fish would never. We would want to know if it's goat or fish. But we did switch from goat to fish at some verses. Now let's get into Goat vs. Fish. Yesterverses on the living stream of Goat vs. Fish, there was a very mighty and significant poll in which it started off with big fish spending by Bayoudin 420, only for Wow Mom to come in at the last verses with thousands of channel points for Goat vs. Fish, and it was a triumph. It was a triumph for Goat. How did it feel to triumph in that verses?
Well, as many know, or many may not know, Bayoudin 420 is my marriage partner. We are married, and we live in the same home together. So this is kind of an upset within the home itself. Goat runs this household.
Goat runs this house. Goat house, goat house, goat house, goat house. So is this partner a fish? So you're a goat who's a partner with a fish.
Ow.
Who would have ever thought of such a thing on Goat vs. Fish?
Now, he's come to versus me while I'm talking to Goat vs. Fish.
Versus. Listen as they laugh in their verses.
I'm here to versus you, baby.
You are the fish to my goat. You are my biggest struggle.
Aww.
We thank you for your call to Goat vs. Fish. We're now going to change our verses to say it's a Goat vs. Fish call-in show and put the number on for Goat vs. Fish. What is your final verses? Wow Mom Goat?
Well, I'm glad to be helpful in this endeavor to you Goat vs. Fish. And celebration for goat and celebration for fish.
Celebration! Thank you for being the first caller. It's Wow Mom. It's Wow Mom who triumphed over the fish of higher education. Wow Mom will bury you.
We'll talk later. I'll go.
Okay, Goat. Celebration.
Fine.
That was a call-in on Goat vs. Fish. Did you hear a unification? You heard a verses. You heard a mighty verses. So, Goat vs. Fish. Now we are going to... Now we are going to create preparation for this being the call-in show of Goat vs. Fish. First, we're going to change the name of the stream. I love this. Thundertracks did a goat song. Thundertracks did do a goat song, no channel. Have you heard the goat song? Thundertracks did do a goat song. You've probably heard it. Thank you, no channel, for watching Goat vs. Fish. We have changed the title of the stream to Goat vs. Fish Call-In Show. And now we suppose that we can put the number on the stream. Goat versus Fish. We'll outline the verses. Outline the verses. Goat versus Fish. There we have it. The Goat vs. Fish hotline number is there in the verses. Goat and Fish, the call lines are open. The call lines are open. Call in to Goat vs. Fish. Call in to Goat vs. Fish. Call in to Goat vs. Fish and have a conversation with Goat vs. Fish. We can have a conversation about all manner of verses. All manner of verses. You could talk to Goat vs. Fish. You could talk to Goat vs. Fish. You could seek advice from Goat vs. Fish. You could seek advice from Goat vs. Fish. You could speak about romance with Goat vs. Fish. You can reveal a confession to Goat vs. Fish. You can even talk politics with Goat vs. Fish. It's the Goat vs. Fish call-in show. And of course, if you don't want to call in to Goat vs. Fish, then we'll just keep talking about Goat vs. Fish. We'll just keep talking about Goat vs. Fish until someone calls Goat vs. Fish. It's Goat vs. Fish radio. It's Goat vs. Fish radiation. It's Goat vs. Fish radiation. Let's get a phone on the verses. Let's get a phone on the verses. We think we should get a phone on the verses. That looks like a fun phone for Goat vs. Fish. That also looks like a fun phone for Goat vs. Fish. Ooh, that also looks like a fun phone for Goat vs. Fish. Let's do this versus. Let's do this versus. Goat vs. Fish. That's... What the fence? You deceived Goat vs. Fish! They deceived Goat vs. Fish! Fence you. The pink planter says fish. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Pink planter. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. Ah, how about that versus? That could be a fun versus. Okay, this versus will do. This versus will do. We're preparing the phone. You love that the one fish is a rainbow? It is a prideful fishy indeed. That fish is Baodin 420. You too could have a colorful fish. For 100 bits, for 100 bits or a subscription, you too can have a colorful fish or goat. So let's take this versus. We're preparing the phone of Goat vs. Fish. You just wait. We're preparing the phone of Goat vs. Fish. Pink Planter subscribes to Goat vs. Fish. Pink Planter subscribes to Goat vs. Fish. Yes! Celebration! 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 For the fish, for the fish! Would you like to be a prideful fish as well, or would you like a different color for the fish? Here we are. Here's clearly this is the phone of Goat vs. Fish. Sorry, Shake. That's just going to be how it's going to be. Subscription for Goat vs. Fish! Subscription for Goat vs. Fish! How about this? That good versus. Now it's truly easy to see. Now it's truly easy to see. Now it's truly easy to see. Prideful Fish. Let's get one more subscription for Fish. Let's get one more subscription for Fish. Fishscription, 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 the pink planter fish. This is a fun versus, just the anticipation that someone might call Goat versus Fish is enough to add so much power to the versus. Oh wait, this is supposed to be a prideful fish. We must warn you, Pink Planter. Pink Planter, we must warn you of something. If we make you the rainbow fish, you may not always be a rainbow fish. For a versus, watch this. Here we have a glorious rainbow fish. But what if your versus suddenly became... Suddenly became flaming fish! Suddenly became flaming fish! Or what if it became a fish of the heart, a fish of the heart? Or what if it became a fish that was full of a fish that was full of fish? Or what if it was a fish that had a goat in the fish? What if there was a goat in the fish? Then what would you do? Knowing that your fish could change at any versus, do you still accept the green fish? Do you accept it? It's a huge fish. Ah, the chaos fish. Fish. Ooh. There we are. There's your fish. There's your fish. And that was a subscription. That was a subscription for fish. Three subscriptions for fish. Appreciation for subscribing to Goat vs. Fish. It is strange that it's still not showing the subscription on our activity feed, but we see a subscription to Goat vs. Fish, and we appreciate it so much. All of your subscriptions make a huge versus to Goat vs. Fish. A huge versus. A huge versus to Goat vs. Fish. A huge versus for Goat vs. Fish. We want that phone. We want that phone now. Goat vs. Fish wants that phone now. Goat vs. Fish wants that phone. It's so fancy, though. If you search for toy phone on the Amazon, do you know what you see? You say, oh, show me a toy phone. Look what it shows you. Look what it shows you for toy phone on the Amazonian. Boo. Ah, there's the verses. Fisher Price celebration for fish. It's a Fisher Price phone. Fisher Price classic retro chatter phone. $22 versus American dollars. It's in stonk. It could be delivered Sunday to Goat vs. Fish. Well, Goat vs. Fish is going to buy it. Goat vs. Fish is going to buy it. CNET did a great video on that. What was the video about? Tell us about it, Fisher Price. Commodore Friday. Are you Goat or Fish? Goat vs. Fish is going to buy this Fisher Price phone. If you wish to make a donation or contribution to Goat vs. Fish for the Fisher Price phone, exclamation tip, you can leave a tip to Goat vs. Fish. You can tip Goat vs. Fish $22 versus American dollars and 89 cents if you wish to support the purchase of this phone. But you don't have to. You can do whatever you wish. But just know that Goat vs. Fish is investing in Goat vs. Fish. And we're going to invest by purchasing this very phone right this very versus. The order has been placed. The phone is on its way. The phone is on its way. The phone is on its way. Commodore Friday votes for Fish. Commodore Friday votes for Fish for that very Fisher Price phone you had when you were a tot. The eyes waggle back and forth. Nice. Eye waggle. There you are, Commodore Friday. Celebration for Fish. What is a Goat vs. Fish to do while we're waiting for the call-in show? Goat vs. Fish knows. Goat vs. Fish knows what we can do during the call-in, during the waiting of the call-in show. We can simultaneously marbles on stream while we're waiting for the call-in show. Why not? Let's have it all happen on Goat vs. Fish. So there's a marbleization. It's a tiny one. It's a tiny one over there. Difficult to see, difficult to perceive. But we wouldn't want to block any of the goat and fish, would we? We wouldn't want to block the goat and fish. We wouldn't want to block the goat and fish. But it's really just a bonus versus. The real versus we're doing here is the call-in show. Although we suppose we could try this. Goat versus fish. Oh, that would be an interesting versus. That would be a very interesting versus. What if goat versus fish? Well, goat versus fish. We're just going to have it here, so you can know. Rev share. How about we just? I already signed up. Goat versus fish. We don't need to share anything. Earn more with our Rev Share program. Oh my verses. 250 Twitch followers. We have that versus 500 YouTube subs, 500 TikTok followers. Goat vs. Fish has that. Are you suggesting that Goat vs. Fish could make monetization for... That's an interesting versus. Paid to roll around? Oh, it's tempting Goat vs. Fish with monetization. It probably would take $1 billion versus American dollars to set up. Marbles on Stream Creator Program. We don't want to do this now. We want to do this later. We'd have to look into that versus. Splash into season 61. Sounds fish. Okay, Goat and Fish, while we're waiting for call-ins to happen. We are having a Goat vs. Fish marble race, ! Play. Type ! Play in the Twitch chat. We suppose if you are on YouTube, then you can't do that, but if you are here on Twitch, you can do that. We know that you can't really see much of what's going on, but that's okay because this is all about the call, Goat and Fish. This is all about making that call. It's all about making that call. Ah, speaking of songs, here's the fish song. Goat vs. Fish. Blasphemous has joined the verses. The Pink Planter has joined the verses. In 300 seconds, the marble race will start. ! Play to join Goat vs. Fish. And now we're going to get some hydration. Hydration. You want to see Goat vs. Fish get buff, right? while we're waiting for someone to call, we can watch Goat vs. Fish get strong. Let's go. Oh, you played with that phone as a kid? Oh, you played with that phone as a kid? Well, Goat vs. Fish just purchased one. We're going to get one mailed to us. It's time for the marble race on Goat vs. Fish. The Pink Planter, Goat vs. Fish, Blasphemous, and Commodore Friday are in the verses. We see, hey, the Watcher of Games, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. The Watcher of Games, are you goat or are you fish? The Watcher of Games, are you goat or are you fish? The Watcher of Games is in the verses. Big Fish Pimp chooses fish. That's going to count for 2 fish because you have 2 fish in the name. Watcher of Games has also gone fish. That's another fish. That's 2 fish. Mad Paperboy, are you goat or are you fish? And we saw no channel type play on YouTube, and with great apologization, no channel, you cannot play from YouTube. You have to play from Twitch. We will send you the Twitch link in case you want to watch Goat vs. Fish on Twitch, but we do not mind you watching on YouTube at all. As a matter of verses, we're always trying to increase our viewership on YouTube. But it's kind of a little versus, it's a little false versus of YouTube versus Twitch. And we wouldn't want to leave you out of the fun, so. Goat vs. Fish has sent you the link in case you want to play. Mad Paperboy goes goat, so that gives us 2 more fish and 1 more goat. And Blasphemous has been yeeted. And it looks like Goat vs. Fish is in the lead. Could that really be? Oh, is there an abduction happening? Oh, my versus. Goat vs. Fish elimination, but Commodore Friday is playing it safe. Celebration for Commodore Friday, who's gone fish. Well, what about the Pink Panther? The Pink Panther riding the edge. Oh, Pink Panther tried to ride the fence. The Pink Panther tried to ride the fence, and it was all for naught. Commodore Friday takes the verses for fish. Commodore Friday takes the verses for fish. You tried. The Watcher of Games follows Goat vs. Fish. Celebration! Celebration! Thank you for joining Goat vs. Fish. Watcher of Games, you are now watching the greatest game of all, and the name of the game is Goat vs. Fish. I am Goat vs. Fish, the one true versus of the universe. We ask that you follow Goat vs. Fish, that you choose Goat or Fish, and that you tell everyone you know about Goat vs. Fish. It's Goat vs. Fish, as seen on America's Got Talent. It's Goat vs. Fish, as seen at the Comedy Store Ding Dong Show. It's Goat vs. Fish, as seen on Kill Tony. It's Goat vs. Fish, as seen at the Whiskey A Go Go and member of Green Jellÿ. It's Goat vs. Fish! Yes. It's a powerful versus. Big Fish Pimp has chosen fish. And because Big Fish Pimp has chosen fish and has fish in the name, it counts for 2 fish. We have the Watcher of Games chose fish, so the Watcher of Games, you're going to get a fish, your fish. That's your fish right there, Watcher of Games. That's your fish. Your fish is now in the verses. No Channel says that's precisely why I watch it on YT. Appreciation. You can always jump into Twitch and just to roll the marbleization, then go back to YouTube's if you watch. Like it. Goat vs. Fish likes it. We like it when you like it. And Mad Paperboy goes Goat. Mad Paperboy goes Goat. And because you're watching these games, celebration for Goat. Because you're watching these games, no. That if you cheer bits to Goat vs. Fish, if you cheer bits to Goat vs. Fish, it will count for a versus. We have not gotten any bits this versus. Can we even get 1 bit for Goat or Fish just to show them how it's done? Subscriptions, gifted or otherwise, will count for Fish or for Goat. Sound alerts can count for Goat or for Fish. If you raid Goat vs. Fish, it counts for a versus. We sometimes have polls on Goat vs. Fish, and those count for a versus. There are many ways to play Goat vs. Fish. The screen greening is next level, oh yes. If you would like your Goat or Fish to be written in screen green for a subscription or 100 bits, you can have your Goat or Fish written in screen green, Mudmore. Yes, you can. Mudmore, did we count your Goat? We think we counted your Goat. We think we counted your Goat. Let's start the next marbleization race. If you wish to speak to Goat vs. Fish, the lines are open. Now this is a very Goat vs. Fish map. We can see it's where the land meets the sea. It's Goat vs. Fish. The fish are versing the goat. Where the land meets the sea. Exclamation point, play to join Goat vs. Fish. The marbleization race will begin in 5 minutes. We're listening to Thunder Tracks. The Pink Planter, the fish, is already in the verses. Goat vs. Fish will join the verses. Big Fish Pimp is in the verses. Ainyo is in the verses. Ainyo, are you Goat or Fish? Show them how it's done. And we must record, of course, that Fish won the first marbleization race. Fish won the marbleization race. We have to keep track of that versus. That's another way to participation in Goat vs. Fish. Oh, Goat vs. Fish. Angel subscribes to Goat vs. Fish. Angel subscribes to Goat vs. Fish. So we have one marble win for Fish. Angel with a gifted versus. Angel with a gifted versus. That's one marble win for Fish. That's one big marble win for Fish. And Angel with the subscription and a gifted versus. That's two for Goat. That's two for Goat. Two subscriptions for Goat. Angel wants the green goat out of all the colors to be. Perhaps we should not be surprised that it is the green screen. It's the green screen that everyone wants. They all want to be colored screen greenly. So let's get a screen green goat for Año. We've entered a new evolution of Goat vs. Fish, screen green chalk. You're rad. You're rad. We have 1 minuet and 40 seconds to join the marbleization race. Appreciation for the gifted subscription to Goat vs. Fish. Oh my verses, we have a caller on Goat vs. Fish. Oh my verses, we have a caller on Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish.
Hello there. What is going on, Goat vs. Fish?
Well, you may not be surprised to know that Goat versus Fish is going on. Goat versus Fish has got it going on.
You do. Oh my verses.
Oh my verses. You seem familiar with Goat versus Fish. Are you familiar with Goat versus Fish?
I've dabbled. I've dabbled a time or two with the verses of Goat versus Fish.
Well,
yeah,
that is very pleasant to hear.
What's that?
That is very pleasant to hear.
Well, I am appreciative of your pleasantries.
Are you Goat?
To reciprocate the pleasantries, then am I? Yes, I am Goat. Don't even ask Fish because I am Goat.
Celebration for Goat. Celebration for Goat. We had a suspicion that you were a goat. We feel like you may have called Goat versus Fish once before, many verses ago. Oh, and by the verses. Many verses ago. Goat versus Fish has won the marble race, by the way. Can you please congratulate Goat versus Fish?
Congratulations, Goat versus Fish. Congratulations and celebrations.
Oh, appreciation. We appreciation so much, so much. Well, Goat, here we are. We have brought back the Goat versus Fish call-in show, and we wish to leave it open to you, Goat. Open to you, Goat. We could talk about advice if you are seeking advice from Goat versus Fish. We could speak about romance with Goat versus Fish. We could talk politics with Goat versus Fish, or we can talk about whatever you wish. It's Goat versus Fish. We're open to all kinds of verses.
Oh, I was actually calling to see if you had any major events coming up for this summer versus.
Oh, major events for a Goat versus Fish. Well, we could check the schedule of Goat versus Fish. Let's check the schedule of Goat versus Fish.
Yes, because I was curious because if there were verses around my my goat pen, I would be more than honored to come out and attend those.
That would be very fine indeed. Now we wouldn't want you to
reside where the goat. Go ahead.
We wouldn't want you to give away any precious information that you wouldn't want to give, but whereabouts is this goat pen? How specific are you willing to be with Goat versus Fish?
Well, let's say, do you know where? Okay, where the
yes,
where the fish meet the goat, where the land meets the sea. That's where you reside. Well, unfortunately, there's another versus across the way. If you were to go east, I'm more towards where the land meets the sea on that side of the verses.
Ah, you're on the other verses. Well, Goat versus Fish has been meaning to go there for some timing. Have you ever heard Goat versus Fish has never even been to New York? Have you heard of New York?
Oh, once in my verses. I've attended that city once in my verses on a New Year's celebration. It was
a New Year's celebration.
Many verses ago.
Exclamation point play to join Goat versus Fish, just so you know, just so everyone listening knows, you can join the race again for Goat versus Fish. So, but let's have a look. Let's have a look at Goat versus Fish. We're checking now the calendar of Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish is going to see Weird Al Yankovic. But that's later in the verses. Goat versus Fish will be in Washington State to see Deltron 3030 25th anniversary in Seattle.
Yeah. If you must.
That's on the yes, if you must. Although that was a different verses, but it is still Dell. And so that will be on July 19th. Goat versus Fish will be in the Washingtonian area. But as far as the easterly coast or the midwesterly places, Goat versus Fish does not currently have any planning to go there. As a matter of verses, Goat versus Fish has been pondering recently that we want to improve the fitness of Goat versus Fish. We want to improve the studio of Goat versus Fish. We want to improve the house of Goat versus Fish. There are many things that Goat versus Fish has all around us that we have been neglecting, because we are so busy out there being Goat versus Fish. So now Goat vs. Fish
Understood.
is going to spend some time on the internal verses of Goat vs. Fish and make sure that our place becomes a veritable temple of Goat vs. Fish, a church of Goat vs. Fish, where all can congregation IRL.
Oh, nice. That is a brand versus to hear.
It is. We have been planning it for some verses, but it's time we gave it our dedication. And speaking of dedication, you are a goat. You are a goat. Tell us, do you have a fish? Do you have a fish in your verses?
I have no fish in my verses currently.
No fish?
I was actually bound to I shouldn't say bound, but I got involved with well, actually, no, it was more of another goat.
It was another goat,
but,
yes.
Yes, but things went awry, and it was a tumultuous versus. So now I'm out bleating on my own, doing my thing, taking care of the temple of this goat, trying to at least. You know what I mean? Such as you are.
Oh, we know what you mean. We know what you mean. The verses within can be the greatest verses of all. So what are some things you are doing to take care of Goat?
Well, I've been trying to get out more, doing some kayaking and everything, but
celebration.
The verses have been very, very, very hot. So that's kind of put a damper on the situation.
Well, at least you're trying to get out there to be with the fish. Listen, it didn't work out with that goat. So it didn't work out with that goat. But now you can go out kayaking amongst the fish. There's a lot of fish out there.
I suppose when you put it in that verses, it makes more sense.
Have the fish given you any trouble out there while kayaking?
Not too much. Not too much. We actually had a versus not too long ago where we went up this channel, counting where there were many, many bridges going across the land of the goats, where it was intersecting the lands and everything, and we were counting how many were in this channel as sort of like a sidearmed activity in a sense.
So you were counting the fish?
Versus, I did not see any actual fish. I really didn't. The waters were loud, but there were no fish to be seen.
So you were hanging out on this bridge, you called it?
No. I was going up a channel. If you go down this creek and you cut back where this dam is, it leads to this channel that goes up about half a mile. But in this channel, there are like several bridges connecting the land of the goat across the sea of the fish.
Yes. Well, they often need to build ways of transportation. Some of these channels were built by ancient goat and fish as they were tunneling and digging into one another's territory in order to achieve triumph.
Okay.
We have a new chatter, and perhaps you, Goat. I am Goat vs. Fish. For those of you listening, I'm Goat vs. Fish, the one true versus, and this is my show. And on this show, we have a caller. The caller is a goat. The caller is a goat from the easterly coast.
Goat.
And we have a chatter who calls themselves Roller of Eyes, and they are asking, what's this goat and fish business we are debating, the fish or the goats, who is winning? And because Goat vs. Fish comes from within you, dear caller goat, we thought that maybe you could answer this question. What's this goat and fish business we are debating? Who is winning?
Who is winning? Well, it all depends on you. Are you goat or fish? First, that's the first and foremost.
You are very wise, dear caller goat. Roller of Eyes, are you goat or are you fish? But if you want to know Goat versus Fish, we can look at the board here. You can see the board in front of you on the screen, and we can see a lot of fish and not as many goat. As a matter of verses, caller goat, If you look at your screen now, you don't have to, but if you were, you would see that Goat is currently on a streak of 1. They have achieved the previous triumph from last stream. The stream before that one was won by Fish. So Goat could extend their streak to 2, or maybe it's going to go back to Fish. Fish is currently winning by 1 versus. Goat has 1 unification that's going to Goat in order to bring balance to Goat versus Fish. But Goat is not positioned now to triumph over the Fish in this living stream. What do you say about this? Do you think Goat still has it in them to triumph in this versus?
Well, we need to rally the rest of the Goat to triumph these Fish, because it looks like although there are many Goat out there ready to versus, some of them aren't aware of the verses of Goat versus Fish. So I need you guys, you chat, to go out and spread the verses of Goat versus Fish so they know and can join in and join your team of Goat or Fish.
That is a very, very wise thing to do. That's a very wise thing to do. When was the last time that you put up a sticker of Goat versus Fish or wore your shirt of Goat versus Fish out and about there in the universe? Celebration for Goat, Roller of Ice.
Oh, wow. Actually, I just threw on my Goat. Actually, I need to get another one because my one Goat versus Fish shirt is getting a little. It's got a little marred. It's seen better days. You know what I mean? I try to take good care of the verses, but you know, things happen.
Well, this is a celebration.
I was just rocking it the other day, actually.
Do not mind this. This is a celebration. Let Goat versus Fish tell you. If your Goat vs. Fish shirt is worn out, this is a celebration. It means that you have used Goat vs. Fish. It means that hopefully you have enjoyed Goat vs. Fish. It means you have showed Goat vs. Fish to many that are around you. It may seem sad to see Goat vs. Fish fade, but it is evidence of your dedication to Goat vs. Fish and for your love of Goat vs. Fish. And for this, we give you celebration. We give you nothing but celebration.
Thank you, Goat vs. Fish. I really appreciate it. Well, it's been quite a while since I've had it, and yes, I've enjoyed it, but I've also enjoyed the verses of Goat versus Fish, and I'm glad to see everybody here, and I'm glad everybody is tuned in and chose Goat or Fish, because that's what really matters.
There's no fence sitters yet.
And to go back to answer the question of Roller of the Eyes underscores and everything, I sort of answered it in part, but when it comes down to it, man, do I start from the beginning? Should I start from the beginning?
You can.
Should I give them the rundown?
You can do whatever you wish, dear Goat.
It's your show.
It's your verses. It's our show, and it's a call-in show. Why don't you regale them? You can start in the beginning, and as you do, Goat vs. Fish is going to make their goat written on the board of Goat vs. Fish and count their goat. So take it away, caller.
In the beginning, there was Goat, and there was Fish, and there was Goat versus Fish, and all the verses in between. And to be honest with you, the rest of the verses, they are entailed, but they are really divulged within you. You got to look within yourself and ask yourself, are you Goat or are you Fish? And then go out and spread the verses of Goat versus Fish and find another Goat or another Fish, depending on your verses, and versus them. And you might not even realize it, but what you might thought of as the verses could very well turn out to be a unification.
A unification
Oh,
of
yeah,
Goatfish.
Pink Planter. Yeah, the Pink Planter knows exactly what I'm talking about. Shit, this is deep.
Well, thank you for calling Goat versus Fish. We're going to keep these calls nice and tidy, but we thank you. And the next verses, we have a Goat versus Fish call-in show. Feel free to call in again. Goat, it is great to have you in the verses. Do you have any shout-outs that you wish to do before you say celebration?
Say that again?
Do you have any shout-outs that you wish to do? We would give you this opportunity to do so if you wish before we say farewell.
Yeah, shout out Goat versus Fish for one. First and foremost, for making the verses possible. And shout out all the mods, all the viewers, and also shout out Mad Paperboy with an I.
Mad Paperboy.
I hear he's quite the verser in verses.
Mad Paperboy has been with Goat vs. Fish and has gone by many names, but now that we ponder, it has really been here since quite nearly the beginning of the live streaming of Goat vs. Fish. It's really quite wonderful to see them still dedicated to Goat vs. Fish after all these verses.
Celebration. Yeah, I hear that they're quite the verser of Goat vs. Fish.
They are. They are, though they are a little bit mad. You never quite know what to expectation.
Oh, I mean, I've seen them get mad. I've seen them get paper, but they're always mad paper. They're always goat. They have always been goat, I've noticed. So, I mean, that's a celebration.
That is a celebration. There wasn't some fence times? Were there fence times in the early verses?
No, I think that there were fence times sort of within the verses, like midway, because they were pondering different verses that they do, because I believe they mentioned that they enjoyed fishing, and I often wondered if they themselves were maybe a fish, but then I was thinking, no, they are versing the fish.
Yes.
And it's a celebration.
Yes.
But, I'm wondering if they might have ever, I'd have to ask them myself, but I'd often wondered if they'd ever pondered what it would be like to be a fish. You know what I mean? But that's a fancy thought if you think about it.
You think so? You think it's a fancy thought to ponder what it would be like to be a fish if you are a goat?
Because if you're uncertain that you're a goat, isn't that fancy? I mean, like, you have to know within your heart that you're a goat. But you have mentioned before that, you can change your verses from verses to verses.
Well, listen to Goat versus Fish. These are you speak of two separate verses. You're doing a classic conflation, you see. To ponder what it would be like to be a fish is simply to engage your imagination and to try to put your verses into the mind and experience of a fish. Perhaps you could develop some empathy for fish, learn something about the fish. It is quite another verses to be uncertain about your goatness, but we find that those goats, and this could be said for fish as well if you reverse the verses, but the goat who, upon hearing that their fellow goat would say, I have been pondering what it would be like to be a fish. Let's think about the experience of the fish. Oh, how different they are from goat. Let's think about what it would be like to be a fish. And
Let's
then
put
the other
ourselves in
goat,
the fish's fins.
The other goat might say, "Oh, are you saying that you are a fish? Oh, are you saying that you want to be a fish? Oh, are you saying that you're not certain that you're a goat? Oh, you don't sound confident that you're a goat." But who really sounds more confident in being goat? The goat who can freely contemplation what it would be like to be a fish without risking their goatness, knowing in their heart and mind that they are goat and merely they are pondering about being a fish? That sounds like a very strong goat. It sounds like the weaker goat, the goat that would fear to even ponder what it would be like to be a fish for fear of their own uncertainty of their goatness.
It sounds like they would be more, it sounds like they are comfortable with their versatility.
Exactly, yes, we think so. And really, if you want to triumph over the fish, you'd better think about what it'd be like to be a fish, because the fish are coming to versus the goat.
You got to put yourself in the fish's fins to really understand. I understand. Yes. I know exactly what you're saying, goat versus fish. Celebration.
We're glad you know what we're saying, because many claim not to know what Goat vs. Fish is saying at all. Thank you for calling Goat vs. Fish. Thank you for calling Goat vs. Fish. That was a goat calling Goat vs. Fish. The lines are open, and we are now counting down 5 minutes to the beginning of the next Marbleization race. Let's see who's in the race. We've got Goat vs. Fish, we've got Año, we've got Commodore Friday, we've got Mad Paperboy, we've got the Pink Planter, we've got Mudmore. Blasphemous is going to join the verses. Roller of Eyes, do you want to roll around with Goat vs. Fish? Get in there and roll with Goat vs. Fish. Wow Mom's going to play with Goat vs. Fish. That was our second caller here on the Goat vs. Fish call-in show, and what a beautiful versus it was. Who was that caller? They were shouting you out? Well, any fan of Goat vs. Fish, anyone who's been watching Goat vs. Fish live on Twitch for long enough versus would know that Mad Paperboy is in the chat of Goat vs. Fish, so it seems like you have a fan. It seems like you have a fan. And they're a goat. They are a goat, also, in case you didn't know. In case you didn't know.
I happen to think that was a great caller. Yeah, that guy sounds like, that goat sounds like they got a really great head on their shoulders, you know, like they're out there kayaking and getting strong, and they're out there looking at channels and thinking about life and doing all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I like that goat.
Thank you, Swolefield. That was great to hear. Celebration! And we've got the Watcher of Games. The Watcher of Games, what games do you like to watch? What games do you like to watch? Street Fighter! Well, when you put it that way. There's Goat versus Fish. Street Fighter is Goat versus Fish. Ryu versus Guile is Goat versus Fish. Look at the evidence, look at the evidence. It's Goat versus Fish. Street Fighter 2 with Goat versus Fish. We've got the verses for everything. Heathen Fox 47, welcome to Goat versus Fish. Heathen Fox says, let's go team scienceography. Heathen Fox says, let's go team scienceography. Heathen Fox 47 says, let's go team scam. Heathen Fox 47 says, let's go team. They kicked Goat versus Fish out of their Versmiss celebration once because they thought Goat versus Fish was too weird. Heathen Fox 47, welcome to Goat versus Fish. Heathen Fox 47, are you goat or are you fish? And Blasphemous has taken the lead now, but it's not over yet. There still are a few fences floating out here in the middle of space. They say space is mostly empty, but apparently there's a few fences somewhere around. Behind Blasphemous is Mudmore, followed by Goat vs. Fish, Mad Paperboy, and Wow Mom. With that beautiful goat imagery. But Blasphemous, the Pink Planter, has gone fence. Blasphemous! Into the final verses, Oh, fence, but! Triumph, Blasphemous triumphs! Blasphemous triumphs after all those verses, followed by Goat vs. Fish, Mudmore, Wow Mom. And is Año going to finish? Año with a skillful navigation and triumph for Año. But the real triumph went to Blasphemous. Celebration for Goat. That's one more marble win for Goat. I won Woo. I think the screen is so small. The screen is small. Sometimes we will enlarge in it. Sometimes we will ensmallen it. You just have to be here with Goat vs. Fish. You just have to be here with Goat vs. Fish. In all of its iterations. Perhaps you were first place, Mudmore, but Blasphemous has won the verses. That's one marble win for Goat. That's a big marble win for Goat. Celebration for C17 Hymns, who follows Goat vs. Fish. C17 Hymns, we appreciate your following of Goat vs. Fish. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. The mightiest stream in the universe. Here we bring everyone together by the power of Goat vs. Fish. And we ask them if they are goat or if they are fish, and we have conversations and philosophications and musings about Goat vs. Fish. We can discuss the politics of the day. We can discuss your romantic encounters. Anything can be talked about with Goat vs. Fish. We appreciate you following Goat vs. Fish. It is the beginning of a bold and beautiful journey. You, the goat, and the fish. C17 Hymn says, I am Goat. Make some noise for the goat. Make some noise for the goat. Exclamation play to join the marble race of Goat vs. Fish. C17 Hymns has been... Oh, my verses. Someone needs to gift Moobot a subscription. And Hydrocannabinoid, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Exclamation play to join Goat vs. Fish. Exclamation play to join Goat vs. Fish. Hydrocannabinoid, are you goat or are you fish? So yes, indeed. C17 has been sent. Thank you to Mad Paperboy for sharing Goat vs. Fish, or spreading the verses of Goat vs. Fish. What is this? We'll show you what this is all about. We'll show you what this is all about. You have chosen goat. You have chosen goat. Hydrocannabinoid, are you goat or fish? Now that you have chosen goat, we're going to make your goat written on the board of Goat vs. Fish. There's your goat. There is your goat! Your goat has been written on Goat vs. Fish! We also have some transparent green goat and fish. Those are for subscribers of Goat vs. Fish, and for those who make contributions of 100 bits or more to Goat vs. Fish. I flippin' love it. Thank you for your flippin' love. Appreciation for your flippin' love. You may say, Goat vs. Fish, is this just a thing? Is this just a thing that happens on the living streams? What if Goat vs. Fish were to tell you that Goat vs. Fish, that everywhere is Goat vs. Fish?
Goat or fish! 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 Goat or fish!
Celebration for Goat vs. Fish. Celebration for
Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish.
It's a big and mighty versus. It's a big and mighty versus. Exclamation play to join Goat vs. Fish. Exclamation play to join Goat vs. Fish. And hydrocannabinoid, we still don't know if you are a goat or if you are a fish. C17 Hymns. C17 Hymns, you seem to be enjoying Goat vs. Fish. Can we tempt you while you're here to also subscribe to the YouTube of Goat vs. Fish, to the Instagram of Goat vs. Fish, and to the TikTok of Goat vs. Fish? Can Goat vs. Fish ask of you all of these things? Can we ask you for more? Can we ask you for more dedication for Goat vs. Fish? Yes, we do on the Twitterver. You can find GoatVsFish on Twitter and on YouTube. It's all at GoatVsFish. And with followers like you, Goat vs. Fish is getting stronger every versus. Let's get stronger with Goat vs. Fish. What is this thing that it's called? We heard that someone called it a massive fidget spinner. It's not too far from the fences, actually. Appreciation for your subscription to Goat vs. Fish on YouTube and on the Twitterver. Goat vs. Fish will show you what that thing was. Burn machine! It's a burn machine! Burn machine arm workout appliance, 360-degree rotatable forearm exerciser resistance adjustable multifunctional rotational trainer grip strength trainer for home and gym workouts. They do make ones that are pricier than this, but this one seems just fine for Goat vs. Fish. And at a modest versus as well. The Marbleization race begins! And because we are in the Marble Factory, we ceremonially change the musications. Oh, Mudmore! Goat vs. Fish navigating the fences now. Robbie Hamo there, seen swimming with the fishes. Look at that profile pic of Robbie Hamo. Swimming with the fish. Celebration for fish. Let's get some scrolling Goat vs. Fish. And Mad Paperboy triumphs, followed by Robbie Hemo99, Hydrocannabinoid, who we still don't know if they are goat or fish. Did finish in third. Celebration for Hydrocannabinoid. Mudmore says goat or fish, and we have never heard anything so preposterous in all of our existence. Mad Paperboy triumphs! That's a triumph for goat. That's a triumph for goat! That's a triumph for goat. The new marble race shall begin, Exclamation play to join Goat vs. Fish. In 5 minutes, the marbleization race shall begin. Mystic Mark wants to play with Goat vs. Fish. Mystic Mark, are you goat or are you fish? Mystic Mark goes fish. We get another fish in the verses. Batteries upgraded on Goat vs. Fish. We have Wellma, Mudmore, Goat vs. Fish, Mystic Mark, and Blasphemous all ready to race once more for Goat vs. Fish. This is a Goat vs. Fish call-in show. You can call in to Goat vs. Fish, 747-221-4830. And just knowing that the anticipation that anyone could call Goat vs. Fish at any verses. Who could possibly be so intimidated as to speak to Goat vs. Fish? Goat vs. Fish won't hurt you. Even if you want Goat vs. Fish to hurt you, Goat vs. Fish, we don't know if we could. C17 Hymns is training the verses as we speak. Getting stronger, just like Goat vs. Fish. Are you motivated to get stronger because of Goat vs. Fish? We would be very pleased to know that Goat vs. Fish is motivating you to get stronger. Yes! That's the inspiration of Goat vs. Fish. That's what we like to hear. That's what we like to see on Goat vs. Fish. We want all the goat and fish out there watching Goat vs. Fish to become stronger. to become part of Goat vs. Fish. The stronger you are, the stronger you can represent yourself, and the stronger you can represent Goat vs. Fish. And the versus has begun. And the versus has begun. We have Mystic Mark, Blasphemous, Mudmore, Goat vs. Fish, Mad Paperboy. Wow Mom sneaking into the lead. Mad Paperboy triumphed in the previous verses. Can they triumph again? Goat have been winning the marbleization races. Mudmore is trying to cheat. If the Goat win the marble races, it will put them in a position to rival the fish. As we know, the fish are trying to steal the streak back from Goat. The Goat have a streak of 1. If they triumph in this versus of Goat vs. Fish Thursday, by the end of this stream, they will have a streak of 2. And it was looking like it was going to Fish. But by the power of unification, it could be going Goat. If we get one more verses for Goat, Ah, yes, now we see. Wow Mom is here in the verses. Mad Paperboy. Goat vs. Fish. Oh no, what happened to Goat vs. Fish? Goat vs. Fish, DNF, Mudmore, DNF. Mystic Mark, 71, DNF, but Wow Mom is still GVF. And Mad Paperboy is still GVF. And Blasphemous is still GVF. Wow Mom is now covering hot of foot on the terrain. Oh no, Wow Mom is going to have to spin around this long fence. Whenever will they be able to triumph? Mad Paperboy is not going to make it to the end of the verses. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Blasphemous says Goat is guaranteed. Well, only if Wow Mom or Blasphemous finish the verses. They are not guaranteed to finish this verses. Any fish could happen. Wow Mom is an OG Goat. This we don't deny. Celebration, Goat. Wow Mom! Wow Mom well positioned to triumph. Blasphemous giving rear support. Wow Mom casually strolls by the fence, the grand spinning fence, leaving Wow Mom to a spectacular win for Goat. A spectacular win for Goat. Celebration indeed. Can Blasphemous finish? Oh, Blasphemous is getting caught up on the fence. But Blasphemous has made it now. Seems to have made it through now. Lamp T, 1 T5. Wow Mom wins with the glow stick ball. Wow Mom wins with the glow stick ball. Wow Mom wins one for Goat. Wins one for Goat. Wow Mom wins it for Goat, wins it for Goat. Wow Mom wins it for Goat. Goat are truly dominationing now with 3 marble wins to 1. 3 marble wins to 1 against the fish. Mystic Mark is racing. We think, didn't Mystic Mark go fish? Lamp T, 1 T5. Are you Goat or are you fish? You who show what appears to be a fish and definitely a screaming goat to Goat versus fish. Lamp T15, the time has come for you to choose Goat or fish. Lamp T15, are you Goat or are you fish? Are you Goat or are you fish? Lamp T goes fish. Make some noise for the fish. Fish isn't out of it yet. Random track, time for a marbleization race. Exclamation play to join Goat versus fish, a leap to remember. Goats are known to be great at leaping. Could be advantage Goat. But maybe there's some flying fish out there. Exclamation play to join Goat versus fish. Let's get. Random TV fish is here, Random TV. And Lamp T is 102% fish. 102% fish. 102% fish. Here's your fish, Lamp T. Here's your fish. There's your fish. There's your fish. And Random TV fish is also in the verses. Celebration for fish. Celebration for fish. We remind you once again as we are scoring this versus. Goat have 2 subscriptions. Fish have 3. 2 more subscriptions for Goat will put Goat in the lead. As for bits, not even a single bit has been contributed to Goat or fish. You can leave bits or you can exclamation point tip. Even the smallest contribution will give a versus to Goat or to fish. The streak could depend on it, fish. If you want to secure your lead, which is fading with each passing versus. Lamp T with 45 bits for fish. Fish now have it with 45 bits. Fish with 45 bits. Suddenly the victory of Goat is not looking so sure. That means a third versus for fish. Fish now have 3 verses. Goat with 1 unification. It looks like the marbles are going goat. We're going to score 1 versus for goat for the marbles. If it changes to fish, if it changes to fish, it changes to fish. But for now, we have fish with 3 verses, goat with 1 versus and a unification. Fish, goat. No radiations yet. The polls, we've got 1 for goat and 1 for fish. We could have another poll. Another poll really could give it to goat. Another poll could give it to goat. Appreciation Lamp T15 for the 45 bits. For the 45 bits for the fish. That makes a big difference. 1 minute to join the marbleization race. The phone lines are open. Random TV, Goat vs. Fish, Mystic Mark, Blasphemous. This is Goat vs. Fish Thursday with Goat vs. Fish. We think someone needs to gift FenSpot a subscription to Goat vs. Fish. Shouldn't FenSpot just have a permanent subscription to Goat vs. Fish? What the fence? Goat versus fish, real goat. Goat versus fish, real goat. It's kind of charming in a fancy way. Goat versus fish, real goat. 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 Levy Locke says goat. Celebration for goat. Let's get your goat on the board. Drew John! And even as Goat vs. Fish gets yeeted, even as Goat vs. Fish gets yeeted, Mystic Mark is gifting a verses to Eternal Snow White. Drew John is gifting 3 verses. 3 months of Tier 1 verses to Moobot. Celebration for Drew John. And Mystic Mark with the gifted verses to Eternal Snow White. Mystic Mark. Celebration, Mystic Mark. Are you goat or fish? Are you goat or fish? Goat versus Fish is under contractual obligation to tell you that we are in a hype train level 2. Mystic Mark goes fish. Celebration for fish. That means a subscription for fish. Appreciation with the subscription for fish. Drew John, you have gifted 3 months of subscription to FenSpot. And Drew John says or. Sounds like that gifted sub is going straight to the fence. But not the subscription of Mystic Mark, who says fish. Mystic Mark! Oh, Mystic Mark! It seems it was not enough contributions to stop you from getting knocked off by the fence, but Blasphemous takes the verses. Blasphemous takes the verses. Blasphemous, the mighty goat, takes the verses. Let's get a subscription for fish. Exclamation play to join Goat vs. Fish. Exclamation play to join Goat vs. Fish. Oh, Drew John, always being so dramatic with that entrance. Marble Fest. Seems like you're carrying around a lot of coin there, Drew John. Look at that. Goat vs. Fish and Mystic Mark both in the verses. Drew John, appreciation for your support of FenceBot. Mystic Mark wants to play 4-time celebration of goats as blasphemous. The hype training has ended. Oh, no, it hasn't. We still have 2 minutes and 20 million seconds in the hype training. PBP may have taken a coin of Drew John. Taken many a coin. Oh, is that so? Subscription. 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 Oh, my verses. Random TV with 5 gifted verses. Fish. Drew John with the subscription to Goat vs. Fish. Drew John. Celebration, so many verses, we don't even know what to count. First, we have the subscription. First, we have the subscription. Oh, Goat vs. Fish. Mystic Mark the Fish, gifting a verses to Eternal Snow White. Mystic Mark the Fish. That's one more fishscription point. Drew John, with 3 months of fence, fence. 3 months of fence bot. We'll just throw them over here somewhere or something. 3 months of fence bot. Random TV with 5 gifted verses. Random TV with 5 gifted verses for the fish. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s. Domination by fish. Drew John goes fish this verses. That's 10 subscriptions for fish. That's 10 for the fish. 10 for the fish. Fish wants to steal the streak away from the goat. Fish wants to steal the streak away from the goat. One of fish.
My fish army is ever growing, and soon I will overthrow the world. Very beautiful, very powerful.
Random TV with a sound alert of the fish army. With a sound alert, that's the first sound alert. How easy it is to triumph if you just pay attention to Goat vs. Fish. There's one fish sound alert. We have not heard the goat alerts. We've heard the fish alert, though. And now that we've heard the fish alert, it's 1 more verses for fish. Wanted Flybird, welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. Fish now have 4 verses. What a domination. By fish. Easy steals for goat. You could easily steal the bits from the fish with 46 bits or more for goat. That would be an easy versus. You could also play a couple sound alerts, a couple of goat bleats. That would be an easy steal for goat. We are in a hype training level 3. Wanted Fly Bird, are you goat or are you fish? Drew John subscribes at tier 1. Random TV with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gifted verses! 5 gifted verses. Random TV with 405 bits. And the marbleization race is about to begin. 405 huge bits. 405 huge bits. T-minus 2011. Hey, yo. Welcome back to Goat vs. Fish. Wanted Flybird goes Goat. Wanted Flybird goes Goat. And we're watching the marbleization race. And we're watching the marbleization race. Kind of from afar, but this is the automatic versus, so... what the fence? Restarted? No grab? Thrusted? Something strange is going on in this versus. Hype training level 4 has been achieved. And Mad Paperboy wins the straightaway triumph. Wins the triumph straightaway. That's another marble win for Goat. That's another marble win for Goat. Mad Paperboy with their second marble win of the verses. That's another marble win for Goat. And we have 405. We have 405 bits for Fish from Random TV. 405 bits for Fish from Random TV. That makes 450. 450 for Fish. $450 for Fish. 450 for Fish. 450 for Fish. And look at all these fish descriptions. Look at all these fish descriptions. I've been a Goat for 4 years. Hype. Wanted Flybird. 4 years and 5 months of Goat versus Fish. What a brilliant and beautiful verses. Goat. Let's get your Goat in the verse. Goat. Goat. Wanted Flybird. Goat. 4 years of Goat. 4 year Goat. Hype. Goat vs. Fish can scarcely believe that it has been 4 years of Goat vs. Fish. Live on Twitch. But Goat vs. Fish doesn't stop. Goat vs. Fish doesn't cease. How the verses fly. How the verses fly by. Oh, and that's another marble win for Goat. Massive celebrations all around. The hype training, 1 minute and 51 seconds left in the hype training. You're all being so very generous to Goat vs. Fish, so very generous to Goat vs. Fish, with great appreciation, with great appreciation. Making this versus very mighty, making this Goat vs. Fish Thursday very mighty. We are still doing a call-in show on Goat vs. Fish, 747-221-4830. You can call Goat vs. Fish. As a matter of verses, that's 747-221-GVF0. That's 747-221-GVF0, 747-221-4830. You can also play the marbleization race with an exclamation point play for Goat vs. Fish. 5 minutes to join, 5 minutes to join. For those of you watching Goat vs. Fish now, you can see up here that Goat has a current streak of one win for Goat. We have now decided to keep track of the longest streak, starting from now. And we can see that Goat had a streak of 1, Fish won the previous verses, so Fish have a streak of 1. If Goat win this versus, then they will have a Goat streak of 2. However, if Fish win this versus, they will take the streak back from Goat and start a Fish streak all anew. All anew. The hype training has ended, and we a hype chest? Okay. Okay. Hype chest? Okay. We got an UGG mood emote that we can't see because another hype chests are on the way again. GoatVsFish. Oh my versus Goat and Fish. GoatVsFish is receiving a call now. Goat versus Fish. Welcome to the Goat versus Fish live stream call-in show. Are you goat or are you fish?
Fish.
Celebration for fish, celebration for fish. Fish. For what verses do you call Goat versus Fish? Do you wish some advice from Goat versus Fish? To talk about romance with Goat versus Fish? To talk politics with Goat versus Fish? To philosophize with Goat versus Fish? Tell us all about your verses.
I think that I would like to philosophize.
Philosophications with Goat versus Fish. An excellent verses. An excellent verses. Well, then why don't you tell us? Why don't you tell us? One of the great philosophical questions of the verses. We know the one true question is, are you goat or fish? And you have answered fish. Why do you choose fish?
I would say because part of me probably feels one with the sea more than with the mountains.
More with the sea than with the mountains. And why would that be?
I guess that would be because somehow I long to experience the part of evolution where life had not left the ocean yet.
Evolution you speak of. So you are speaking of a time when the universe was dominated by fish. And so you are one who believes that the fish came out of the sea and onto the land and became goat? Is that the verses of evolution?
Possibly, yes. Basically, the route between fish and almost everything that is able to walk on land now.
Well, there are some fish who can walk on land now. There are, after all, lungfish and there are mud skippers.
That is very true.
We wish to information you that we have just received a radiation here on Twitch from Squid-A-Deer with 18 raiders. Squid-A-Deer raiders, we are in conversation with the fish here on the Goat vs. Fish call-in show. Please declare goat or fish in the chat. And appreciation for Squid-A-Deer who raids Goat vs. Fish. Let's get a shout out for Squid-A-Deer. So what do you think it was like back then to live amongst all of the evolving fish?
I think in some ways it was very dangerous, but also somewhat very simple.
And this is what you crave, a simple existence?
In a way, yes. I want something that feels not so overcomplicated the way the human condition feels.
What are some of the great complications with which you are currently struggling?
I'd say repeated ego death and I'd say different occasions of existential crises.
Existential crises. We know what you mean. You wake up, it's goat versus fish. You get out of bed, it's goat versus fish. You eat breakfast, it's goat versus fish. You leave your house, it's goat versus fish. You go to work, it's goat versus fish. You have an existential crisis, it's goat versus fish.
Right.
Well, we are here to tell you that it is goat versus fish. Knowing that it is goat versus fish and that you are a fish, might this not be the answer that you seek? Many who have the existential crisis, it's because they are seeking some kind of meaning in their life. But now you are a fish. It is goat versus fish. You versus the goat. How does that make you feel?
I think that helps bring some clarity.
Ah, some clarity. Do you think that there is any way that you might be misconceiving this ancient life? As long as we are philosophicationing, let us ask some more questions. Yes. Perhaps you have a nostalgia for a thing of the past that never was. You dream of the ancient Sea of the Fish. You dream of when it was all the Sea of the Fish, but you weren't there, and so how do you know that it truly was as you ponder it to be?
I guess because I like to take what I have seen archaeologists discover about, the ancient Earth and try to kind of theorize from there.
Archaeology, what's that?
It's usually the study of ancient cultures, things like that.
And how do we go about getting this information?
Usually through very thorough research.
And how does one acquire this archaeological research?
Usually uncovering artifacts and researching different conditions that can be measured through scientific processes.
Uncovering artifacts. And where do we find these artifacts? What are we what is it that is covering them?
Usually dirt.
Dirt!
Usually earth, usually a lot of sediment and layers of old earth.
Dirt, earth, and soil. And tell the listeners of Goat vs. Fish, what lives on the dirt and the soil?
The goat.
The goat! The goat! The goat! Is it not remarkable, is it not amazing that in order to find evidence of the ancient life of the Sea of the Fish, where do we find it? We find it in the very earth of the goat.
Indeed.
It's very Goat vs. Fish. It's very Goat vs. Fish. Can we really trust that the evidence that we find of ancient fish can be found in the land of the goat? That evidence could have been placed there by goat. It could be propaganda by goat.
I mean, sure, there probably could be a certain percentage of the goats that are trying to hide the truth.
Ah, and what is the truth? Since we're on a philosophication and all that.
That our foundation for our life on land was given from the steps that were learned by the fish that learned to walk on land.
So the goat that have now come from the sea, as you presented to Goat vs. Fish, have they become true goat, whole goat, through and through goat? That is a thing that is totally distinct from fish? Or do you claim that the goat still maintains an essence of fish because of this evolution?
I think deep down within our genetics, almost everything that has the ability to live on land does have that genetic core of those original animals that were able to get out of the ocean.
Yes, but are they their own goat? Are they a distinct goat? Have they become a new thing that we can call goat? A truly new thing that is a goat? Or does it maintain fishness? Has it transcended its fishness and become a goat that is now unto itself a proper goat that can versus the fish?
Potentially, yes. It all depends on the goat.
It depends on the goat. Have you met any goat?
I think it depends on the goat as an individual, like every individual goat.
Have you met many goat?
Not many, but I don't see it being out of the realm of possibility.
We think you could definitely meet goat, and the way that you can meet goat is by asking someone you know, are you goat or are you fish? Tell us, what is your knowledge and history of Goat vs. Fish? How long have you known of Goat vs. Fish? Where did you stumble upon Goat vs. Fish?
To be honest, a friend of mine told me about Goat vs. Fish.
A friend. And do you still consider them a friend?
Yes.
Celebration!
I think I do.
Celebration! Some we have heard have even lost friends over goat versus fish.
I mean, I guess it does come up with a lot of possibilities for disagreements.
Well, goat versus fish is merely here to elucidate the disagreements that already exist and show you that, listen, you can sit on the fence, you cannot address these conflicts, but of course, if you want to resolution, then you have to have a versus. You have to have that versus.
I see.
Levy Locke in the chat says, I believe every goat still maintains a certain fishness from the ancient world, but the goats want to completely disconnect from their genetic prototype and start anew. Do you think this is true about goat? Speculate about goat.
I think to a certain extent, yes. Everything can become its own version of its own entity, but it has to reach its own progression to where it is distinct, I guess.
When was the last time you went for a swim?
Probably a few years ago, I'd say.
A few years ago? No wonder you are longing for the fish. You could get back into the sea. You could get back into the lake. You could find a way to go for a swim. You can dream about what it was like to be that fish, or you could get in the sea and you could swim about. You could feel the fish once again.
That's true.
Goat versus fish only tells true verses. Only true verses. What do you say to your fellow fish? It's time to say what you have to say. What do you say to the fish?
My fellow fish, I believe that it is time to progress the access of knowledge in order to become more independent.
It is time for the fellow fish to become more independent. What do you say to the goat?
I say to the goat, continue climbing to higher expectations.
What do you say to the fence sitter who chooses neither goat nor fish?
I say that anyone who doesn't have a horse in the race does not have anything to win.
And what do you say to goat versus fish?
I'd say you've given me a lot of food for thought.
Appreciation. Enjoy thinking about goat versus fish. Enjoy the food of goat versus fish. We thank you for calling Goat versus Fish, and we'll see you on the next verses. We'll see you on the next verses of Goat versus Fish.
Thank you. Have a nice night.
Appreciation. Celebration. A glorious call of Goat versus Fish. A glorious call of Goat versus Fish. What a philosophization. What a philosophization. Let's add a marker. Call ends. Now we know that at the 5th hour, this marks our 5th hour of streaming Goat versus Fish with our third caller. Appreciation for the call of Goat versus Fish. Those were some mighty verses. We're going to start a new marbleization race. We see you have all been engaging in conversation. We are pleased to hear it. Levy Locke is here with Goat versus Fish. And we had a radiation. Let's give our due versus Sunnyvale representation. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. Exclamation play to join the marbleization race of Goat versus Fish. It begins in 5 minutes. And Motku is back in the verses. Vitengale is back in the verses. Hazemaker for 20. Squid a Deer is back in the verses. One piece of pirating. Squid a Deer has rated Goat versus Fish with 18. Squid a Deer, are you goat or are you fish? Motku goes fish. That's one fish. Hazemaker is back. Motku goes fish. Motku goes fish. T-minus 2011 goes goat. So we have to add one goat and one fish. Tsunami Bit, goat or fish. Tsunami Bit, goat or fish. Sunnyvale representation. Goat or fish? It's welcome to have you back in the verses. You have been missed, Sunnyvale representation. So far, we have one goat and we have one fish to add to the verses. Levy Lock, are you goat or are you fish? The Pink Planter, welcome back to Goat versus Fish. Sunnyvale representation wishes to choose something, but we don't quite see what it is. Levy Lock says goat, so that's 2 goat and 1 fish. Tsunami Bit is on the fence. 2 goat and 1 fish. 2 goat and 1 fish. 2 goat and 1 fish. Squid-a-deer, goat or fish? We believe Squid-a-deer usually goes fish, but we want to hear it from Squid-a-deer themselves. John Ray, don't be ridiculous. Goat. Goat. And 1 fish. And 1 fish. We had a radiation. Squid-a-deer. Squid-a-deer, where was your declaration? You rated goat versus fish. But your radiation points won't count towards goat or fish unless you choose John Ray fish. It does not matter how many times you have declared goat or fish. If you raid goat versus fish, you must declare if you are goat or if you are fish in order for your verses to count. In order for your verses to count. We do have one more fish. But we do see pirate flags, which implies it could be fish, but we do know that there's been a goat captains before. There have been captains of goat that go out to sea. So it's not enough to know. It's not enough. We just don't know. Tsunami Bit you have chosen fish? Squid-a-deer? Drew John says Squid-a-deer fish. Nice try, Drew John. John Ray goes fish. John Ray goes fish. Dr. Foxmeat raids goat versus fish. Dr. Foxmeat raids goat versus fish. It was a reply to their declaration. Where's their declaration? Goat versus fish doesn't see it. Would we see it if we... Dr. Foxmeat, welcome to Goat versus Fish. Welcome to Goat versus Fish. Dr. Foxmeat Raiders, welcome to the mighty verses of Goat versus Fish. Levy Lock has gone Goat. Levy Lock has gone Goat. Lithadora, welcome to Goat versus Fish. Late Night Games, welcome to Goat versus Fish. We're having an amazing and exciting verses of Goat versus Fish. I am Goat versus Fish. Hey, Dr. Foxmeat. Hey, damn it, Dave. You are familiar to Goat versus Fish. Webslob TV, thank you for following Goat versus Fish. Descator says, Goat versus Fish. Are you wizard or not a wizard? Well, just look at Goat versus Fish. Look at Goat versus Fish. Dr. Foxmeat is going Goat tonight. Goat, 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 Goat. Celebration for Goat. This is tight. This is tight. This is tight. And Larrykin says, this is a revolution in the VTuber space. Holy shit. Goat versus Fish is a mighty versus...
Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish.
Goat or fish! Goat or fish! Goat or fish! Goat or fish!
Goat versus Fish is a mighty versus indeed. And we have Dr. Foxmeat who's gone Goat. We have Dr. Foxmeat who has gone Goat. So we're going to get that Goat in the verses. We're going to get that Goat in the verses, and we have Larrykin follows Goat versus Fish, and Mr. Boombati follows Goat versus Fish. Webslob TV, we believe, declared Goat. Dr. Foxmeat raids Goat versus Fish with 35 for Goat, with 35 radiation points for Goat. That's 35 radiation points for Goat. We're going to give the 18 from Squid-a-deer for Fish, 18 from Squid-a-deer for Fish. That's 35 to 18. 35 to 18 means that we have 35 to 18. That means Goat is currently winning the verses. Goat is currently winning the verses of Radiation, so that will count for one more verses for Goat, one more verses for Goat. That's one more verses for Goat. Goat now has 2 verses and a unification. Fish has 4 verses. Fish has 4 verses. And many subscriptions for Goat and Fish. Your bits, your subscriptions, your sound alerts, your radiations, polls, And, of course, your declarations of goat and fish. They all contribution to Goat vs. Fish. They all are going to be scored on Goat vs. Fish. Dr. Foxmeat, a shout out for Dr. Foxmeat. Larrykin. Damn it, Dave, with 200 bits for goat. Damn it, Dave. Damn it, Dave, with 200 bits for goat. And there's a marble race happening right now, but guess what? We're going to focus on Goat vs. Fish. We've got 200 for goat, 200 for goat. 200 for goat, celebration for goat. That's 200 for goat. That gets goat on the verses. It's still 450 for the fish, but it's 200 for goat. Goat is fighting back this verses. Damn it, Dave. Damn it, Dave, it's goat. Damn it, Dave, it's goat. We're going to add one more goat to the verses. We think it's time that we recounted the goat and fish. Let's count the fish. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s, 15s, 16s, 17s, 18s, 19s, 20s, 21s, 22s, 23s, 24s, 25s, 26s, 27s, 28 fish. Damn it, Dave, with 300 for goat, 28 fish. Goat, 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s, 15s, 16s, 17s, 18s, 19s, 20s, 21, 22, 23, 24. Fish maintain the lead. Fish maintain the lead in that versus. But with 300 bits for goat, that makes 500 for goat, that makes 500 for goat. And with 500 for goat, that means goat is going to steal a verses from fish. The bits are now a verses for goat. Now it's 3 verses. It's 3 verses for goat. It's 3 verses for fish. And there's one unification on the board. Goat and fish, which means that we do have a possibility of unification this verses, because right now it's an even verses. 3 verses for goat, 3 verses for fish, and 1 verses in unification, A shout out for Dr. Foxmeat, a shout out for Squid a Deer, appreciation, celebration, and for Desiccator, even a little bit of desecration. This is Goat vs. Fish. This is the call-in show with Goat vs. Fish. You can call 747-221-4830. Goat vs. Fish. We've just been very excited to have all of you here. It's just been very exciting to have you all here with Goat vs. Fish. It's just been very exciting to have you all here with Goat vs. Fish. I don't know what any of it means, but I'm hype, baby. What does any of it mean? Have you stopped to really ask yourself, what does it all mean? It might as well mean Goat vs. Fish. Vitingale, remind us, goat or fish? Remind us once again. Declare again. We want one more declaration and appreciation to Damn It Dave. Oh, by the verses, Damn It Dave, you're a goat. Damn It Dave. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. What color would you like your goat to be, Damn It Dave? You have made contribution of 100 bits or more to goat. So your goat, as written on the board of Goat vs. Fish, can now be a color blue, says Damn It Dave. So let's get a blue goat in the verses. Vitingale, goat or fish. Vitingale, goat or fish. And we're going to start another marbleization race. Oh, appreciation, Mad Paperboy. We think there might actually be a... It would seem not. We should make one of those, Mad Paperboy. And as a matter of verses, we will make a verses of those. 5 minutes to join. 5 minutes to join the marbleization race. Vitingale says, I can't choose between my children. Oh, we didn't know that your children were goat and fish. I choose both goat and fish. Unification, celebration. Vitingale is on the fence, everyone.
The electric fence.
Unification between a goat and a fish can only be achieved if a goat and a fish choose to come together to form unification. It cannot be done alone, Vitingale. Fence sitter. Noble as it may be, noble as it may be. Sunnyvale representation with Quinn, with the very famous Nephew Quinn. Okay, Drew John, appreciation. We are sad to hear your old discords have gone fence. But we are very pleased to have you here with Goat vs. Fish, one of the first subscribers to Goat vs. Fish and still a subscriber to Goat vs. Fish. We have a blue. Damn it, Dave. Damn it, Dave is going to get a blue goat. Blue goat! Long-necked blue goat! Celebration for goat! Celebration for goat! It's me! It's me! It's me! One's in the chat if you are new to Goat vs. Fish. Web Slob TV. Damn it, Dave is new to Goat vs. Fish. Larry King is new to Goat vs. Fish. Consider the following has gone fish. We will consider that. We'll consider following fish. That fish that we just drew, consider the following. That was your fish. That was your fish. Goat vs. Fish is now going to link you to the YouTube of Goat vs. Fish. We want you to subscribe to Goat vs. Fish on YouTube. We want you to follow Goat vs. Fish on Instagram. We want you to follow Goat vs. Fish on TikTok and on the Twitterverse. Everywhere, follow Goat vs. Fish. Please follow Goat vs. Fish. One by one, we grow Goat vs. Fish. One by one, we show Goat vs. Fish. It's really up to you. That's how we get stronger. And Dr. Foxmeat. Doc Foxmeat. We're going to give you that shout out. We're going to give you that shout out, Dr. Foxmeat. It has been a long time. Desiccator, it has been a long time. You have to wait 9 minutes. Oh, so there was a shout out that was given. Appreciation, Drew John. Appreciation for our mods, for Drew John. Let's hear it for our modifications. Let's hear it for our modifications. Consider the following. We like that name. 44 seconds before the marbleization race. And after this marble race, we're going to show you Goat vs. Fish getting stronger. We're going to show you how Goat vs. Fish gets stronger after this marble race. So you'd better keep watching. That's great to hear, Drew John. As you know, we always like to be very thorough. Goat vs. Fish, always very thorough. Always checking with the verses. Plink Planter getting in ready to play. We've got J-Sticks, we have Blasphemous, we have Lithadora, we have Drew John, we have Goat vs. Fish, we have Larry Kin, Random TV, Desiccator, Sunnyvale Representation, Mad Paperboy, the Pink Planter. And the race begins now. Goat vs. Fish has been streaming for many years, on and off it may seem. But with you joining Goat vs. Fish, and you all supporting Goat vs. Fish, it is clear the streams of Goat vs. Fish will continue forever. Stray Fellow seems a little confused at Goat vs. Fish. You're just a crazy stray. Welcome to the chat, Stray Fellow. What do you see? What do you perceive? What do you even perceive? Blasphemous Desiccator. Oh, my verses. Oh, Goat vs. Fish. The Pink Planter. Faces harsh elimination. J-Sticks. The fences are popping up from side to side. Stay on the verses. Stay on the verses. Marbler Country, Stray Fellow. Marbler Country. Well. Who do you think would have the advantage in a marble race, a goat or a fish? Stray Fellows is goat. Stray Fellows is goat. Stray Fellow, are you a goat? Or are you a fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Blasphemous maintains their hold on the course. And there comes True John slamming into the verses. You're a maintainer of a giant landmark, goat. Oh, do tell, Goat vs. Fish. Are you saying that you could provide a giant photographic evidence? True John claims the triumph. Corn-fed Stinky Pinky follows Goat vs. Fish. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Corn-fed Stinky Pinky. Are you goat or are you fish? Are you goat or are you fish? Drew John celebration. Tsunami bit with the celebration for Goat vs. Fish. Drew John has won. Drew John has gone fish. That's a marble win for fish. That's a marble win for fish. That's a marble win for fish. Stray Fellow, so do you have an Instagram or can we see this giant landmark goat? You have been known to swim. Sounds like a fish to Goat vs. Fish. Sounds like a fish. Unless you wish to correct Goat vs. Fish and say that actually you are a goat that's known to swim. You could be a goat that's known to swim. So that's one more fish. That's one more fish in the verses. That's one more fish in the verses for corn-fed Stinky Pinky Fish. And we've got the keeper of the goat. We've got the keeper of the goat for goat. Drew John has gone fish this verses. Drew John has gone fish this verses, which means the marble race goes fish. Marble race goes fish. Marble race goes fish. And someone's calling Goat vs. Fish. Someone's calling Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Who is calling, a goat or a fish?
Goat.
Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat.
What the fuck?
Tell us about goat. Tell us about goat.
Well, goat either goes or acts.
Ah.
Are you an ass or a go?
Go at. When you go to a place, you end up at somewhere, don't you?
You go at. I can't hear what you're saying.
You can't hear Goat vs. Fish. You can't hear us?
No, I can't hear you.
You can't hear Goat vs. Fish?
Fish, and I'm a goat.
Celebration for goat. Celebration for goat.
You got played by Heath, HeathNSOX 47.
You got played.
That's my name. No, you got played.
No, you got played. No, you got played.
Me because I played you.
How did you play Goat vs. Fish?
Because I'm a fox.
Wait, you said that you were. You said. Wait. We can't hear you.
Oh. Well, that sucks for you.
Wait, are you coming through? It sounds like you were saying goat or fish, but then suddenly you cut out.
Sounds like you're a whorefish.
Oh, what are you saying to Goat vs. Fish?
Are you saying you're a
whorefish?
I thought I called goatfish, not whorefish.
Are you goat or are you fish?
Neither. He's in Fox 47, and I joined your thing and I called in. What up?
What's up? Well, what's up is we're asking you if you are a goat or fish, You do seem somewhat antagonistic. 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 You do seem somewhat antagonistic to Goat versus Fish. Why this antagonism? Why this antagonism? Why this antagonism to Goat versus Fish?
How do you feel about the new Hank Hill?
How do you feel about not choosing Goat or Fish? Trying to change the verses on Goat versus Fish. How do you feel about the reboot of Goat vs. Fish?
I think it sounds all right.
It does sound all right. It does sound all right. It looks okay to Goat vs. Fish. Now, the King of the Hill does sound very goat because the hill would naturally be a place where a goat might like to be. It would be harder for a fish to get on the hill, but a goat that is on the hill might say, I'm the king of the hill, lest any fish would challenge me. Do you think Hank Hill is a goat, or do you think Hank Hill is actually a fish?
I would ask, why you con?
What are you asking? Why? You're asking why to Goat versus Fish?
Khan. Why are you trying to be con? I lived in Saudi Arabia.
You live in Saudi Arabia? That's a place where there's a lot of sand.
Yeah.
Sounds like there's some goat out there. There's probably some goat out there.
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, you should know. Why don't you get out there and touch grass? Oh, wait, there isn't any. It's all sand.
Yeah. Well, you answered your own question on that one.
Yes, but we cannot answer the question of if you are a goat or a fish. That has to be answered by you and you alone.
But being a whore fish, I don't know what that means. Are you like a anchovy?
Are you calling us an oarfish? There is such a thing as an oarfish.
I think we use a little bit of you just to put you on my dressing, you cunt.
Oh, my verses. Now you're saying all kinds of offensive things to Goat versus Fish. We have heard the laughter in your voice. We have heard the joy in talking to Goat versus Fish. And yet you seem so insistent on saying these harsh things to Goat versus Fish. Why do you like saying such harsh things to Goat versus Fish?
Maybe it's because I'm not one or the other.
Because you're not one or the other.
FOX.
But do you take pleasure in mocking Goat versus Fish?
Yes.
Why do you take pleasure in mocking Goat versus Fish?
It's none of your business.
Well, Goat versus Fish, it is the business of Goat versus Fish, because actually Goat versus Fish is in the question. If you are mocking Goat versus Fish, it is very much the business of Goat versus Fish.
Well, I'm in the business of being better than you.
Well, there is no better or worse. There is only Goat and Fish.
I disagree.
You disagree with Goat versus Fish?
Yep.
Well, here's a versus. You have been here lurking and lingering in the chat of Goat versus Fish, and we thank you for your view of Goat versus Fish, and we thank you for increasing the metrics of Goat versus Fish. So you may say whatever you wish about Goat versus Fish, but you are clearly enjoying and spending all of your well-deserved free time on Goat versus Fish. There must be something about Goat versus Fish that is captivating you, whether you choose to admit it or not. Oh. So we see. Well, thank you for calling Goat versus Fish. Very much appreciation for your calling of Goat versus Fish. And there we have your common fence sitter. Drew John has won the previous marbleization race. The next marbleization race is about to, well, not to begin, but it's time for you to join the marbleization race. Exclamation point play, exclamation point play. To join Goat versus Fish. Exclamation point play to join Goat versus Fish. We've got Mad Paperboy. We've got Stray Fellow. We've got Goat versus Fish. We've got Random TV. We've got the Plink Panther. We've got Jay Sticks in the verses. We've got Larry Kin in the verses. We've got Drew John now in the verses. Everyone's joining. Everyone's coming to the dojo of Goat versus Fish. It seems Drew John has changed their loadout yet again. Look! It's a goat on the Goat versus Fish televerses on a surfboard going out to versus the fish. Very Goat versus Fish, Drew John. Very Goat versus Fish. Very Goat vs. Fish. Very Goat vs. Fish. Webslop TV, we're happy to have you in the verses. The Plink Panther, welcome to have you in the verses. We have 4 minutes. We have 4 minutes to joining Goat vs. Fish. After speaking to a fence sitter like that, we really just feel like we have to get stronger. Goat vs. Fish has to keep getting stronger. One's in the chat. If you want to see Goat vs. Fish getting stronger, guess what? You're about to see it. Sun's out, guns out. And getting stronger every verses. You can search for it. They call it a burn machine. They call it a burn machine. That particular versus weighs about 12 pounds. And it has adjustable resistance. Cowbells, a celebration for goat. Let's get that goat written. Goat! Robbie Hamo 99 goes goat. Goat in the verses. Goat in the verses. It's 11:34 Pacific Standard Time. If you did not be able to tell what it trains for exactly after watching the muscles of goat versus fish, the bulging muscles of goat versus fish. We can say it trains the wrist and the 5 arms and the triceps. An all-around kind of versus. Robbie Hamo 99 is declaring a goat war. 1, 2, 3, 44. I declare a goat war. Stray Fellow is now being challenged by the master goat versus fish. Cowbell, celebration for goat. Drew John gets yeeted. Stray Fellow gets yeeted. Robbie Hamo, goat versus fish. Larry Kin trains for real-life scenarios with shake weight. Are you insinuating that you would like to try your real-life scenarios on goat versus fish? Goat versus fish is real life, so if you're trying to use your shake weight knowledge on goat versus fish, that's quite a proposition. Is this the real life? Is this just goat versus fish? Robbie Hamo 99 and goat versus fish now stumbling, bumbling down. Goat versus fish taking the slick outside track. Goat versus fish triumphs. Yes! It's a big win for goat versus fish. You can't stop goat versus fish. Goat versus fish wins the versus. Random TV. Celebration, Sunnyvale representation, triumph! All marble races are rigged by goat versus fish. Say, Mad Paperboy, you had a message that you pinned. Is that a win for unification? We suppose it could be. But we're just going to leave it a win for unification. No, goat versus fish is feeling versus. We're feeling like it's versus. We want it to be a versus of goat versus fish. We want it to be a versus of goat versus fish. It's a versus. We want to see who triumphs. And as a matter of triumph, we're going to start a poll. We're going to start a poll here on goat versus fish. We're going to start a poll here on goat versus fish. However, we're also going to check the metrics on goat versus fish. We can see that goat versus fish has 2012 YouTube subscribers. We'd like to get that up. We know we have a few viewers here that are new to goat versus fish, so we're going to shout out our own YouTube once again and ask you to subscribe to goat versus fish. Let's get that versus up from 2012 to 2013 or even 14. Yes, Mad Paperboy, why don't you find that message again? Can you find that message again and paste it to goat versus fish? We would like to see it again. We would like to see it again. Oh, we said we're going to play the same track again? Okay, let's play the same track again. Exclamation play to join goat versus fish. We're going to make this a 10-minute marble race. Give ourselves a little reprieve for goat versus fish. Exclamation play to join goat versus fish. And now time for the poll of Goat versus Fish. Ten-minute poll. 10-minute poll. 10-minute poll begins now. Vote in the poll. If you're live on Twitch, vote in the poll. Vote for Goat or vote for Fish. You can also use 20 channel points. 20 channel points per bonus vote for Goat or Fish. The verses may depend on this. The polls are currently in unification. So whoever wins this poll, be they Goat or be they Fish, it's really going to sway who triumphs in this versus. Will the Goat extend their streak? Will the Fish reclaim the streak? The poll is live. The poll is live. Vote, vote, vote. Goat now with 4 votes. Fish now with 10 votes. Fox now with 8 votes. And while you are doing all of this, Goat versus Fish is going to play you a song. Everybody's doing a brand new verse now. Come on, fancy, are you Goat or Fish? You'll really get to like it if you get off the fence now. Celebration, are you Goat or Fish? You've never... Goat versus Fish. You've never met a creature that's so... Wait, a versus, Goat. We're still learning this versus. That's the verses. You've never met a creature that's so easy to choose. You can versus in the mountains or the ocean's blue. So come on, choose a Goat or Fishy with me. Just get up off that fence now. Goat or Fishy, jump forth, jump hence. Oh, well, I think you're off the fence. Everybody's doing a brand new verse now. Do the celebration. Give it a chance now. Goat or Fishy, do a celebration. You can do it if you're newlywed or if you're bereft. It's as easy as memorizing your GVF. So come on, do the celebration with me. Just gotta swing those fins, yeah. Come on, fishy, jump forth, jump hence. Oh, well, I think you're off the fence. Takes a little bit of fishes and a lot of goat. So come on, do the celebration with me. Just gotta swing your hoofs now. Goat or fishy, jump forth, jump hence. Oh, well, I think you're off the fence. Goat versus Fish. Welcome to the Goat versus Fish hotline. You're live with Goat versus Fish. Are you goat or are you fish?
I'm a goat.
Celebration for goat! Celebration for goat! Goat, what brings you to Goat versus Fish?
I like to eat grass.
You like to eat grass. Well, that is just such a touching verses. Tell us about the last grass that you ate.
It was purple and orange and green and got me really messed up.
Ah, you are speaking of the grass of the land. The grass of the land, yes. Do you prefer the grass of the land or the weed of the sea?
The grass of the land.
The grass of the land. Have you even ever tried weed of the sea?
Yes.
What was that like?
Oh, man, I felt like I was floating.
Ah, yes, weightlessness. You say now that you got messed up on the last grass that you consumed. Some would say that getting messed up is not a pleasurable thing to be, but you seem to be quite fond of it. Do you like getting messed up, Goat? Do you like getting messed up?
Yes.
Yes. Well, what if a fish came along and said, "Hey, Goat, I'm going to mess you up. I'm going to mess you up."
I'm going to eat the fish, man.
You're going to eat the fish, man? Wow, consumption. We have heard that when someone gets messed up on the grass of the land, that they start feeling very hungry. Is this true in your experience?
Yes, man. I eat everything around.
Goats are known to eat everything. And you said that you would eat the fish, Is this merely out of spite, or do you think that fish are delicious?
Fish are delicious, and it's out of spite.
Delicious and spite, so it's like a spiteful consumption. Oh, I'm eating the fish. Delicious, but with anger, though.
Yes, very angry.
This is quite an amazing verses. So you are taking joy. Do you take joy in your anger towards the fish?
Yes, lots of joy. It makes me very, very happy.
So you are happy to be angry with the fish. An interesting verses. What happens when the fish comes up to you and says, please, you're a goat, I'm a fish, but we can have a conversation, or we don't have to be mad at one another to verses. Why do you take such joy in hating the fish?
Because he's goofy looking, man.
Goofy fish. Tell us about the goofy looking fish. What's so goofy about a fish?
Whoa, man, he's got these really weird eyes and this really big mouth and this long tail and these fins, man. It's all just weird looking.
Well, goat have eyes and goat have tails.
Yeah, but goats' eyes don't, like, bulge out of their head and, like, their tails are short.
Well, goat eyes are rectangular, which can be said to be a little strange, at least from the perspective of a fish.
Well, fish can't see straight anyways.
So are you going to use this to your advantage? Are you going to use this to your advantage when you versus the fish?
Yes, I am.
So what's the biggest fish? What's the fish in your life now? You're a goat. You have to deal with all kinds of trials and tribulations, all kinds of challenges to overcome. What's the fish in your life?
Financial situations.
Financial fish. Money fish. That's a big one. That's a big one. How long has this fish been bothering you?
For about 3 years.
3 years. 3 years. Well, what if Goat vs. Fish were to give you $1? Would that help?
It might.
It might. Well, you can send if you are using Venmo, you can send or PayPal, you can send a request to @GoatVsFish for $1. And Goat vs. Fish will give it to you because that is just the generosity of Goat vs. Fish. This is only for the caller. That's just the generosity of Goat vs. Fish.
What was that PayPal?
Goat vs. Fish. GoatVsFish. Yes, Goat vs. Fish is on PayPal and Cash App. It's all at Goat vs. Fish. We're very consistent. Goat vs. Fish is very consistent. We want you to be able to easily find Goat vs. Fish. We think they're out there. We think they're out there making a request of Goat vs. Fish. Are you planning to take Goat vs. Fish up on this $1 offering?
That's awesome. Thank you.
Always thank Goat vs. Fish. Always thank Goat vs. Fish. And as Goat vs. Fish offers you this $1 versus American dollar, Webslob TV, live on Twitch, has cheered $1 to Goat vs. Fish. The verses, it's circulation. It's circulation!
I sent my request for $1.
The request has been sent. Well, by the honor of Goat vs. Fish, we'd better do it now. We have received a notification. Now, as we are fulfilling this notification, you are a goat. You have expressed lots of anger towards fish. You have expressed that fish are goofy. And yet, Webslob TV, who has cheered $1 to Goat vs. Fish, and now we give you $1 of Goat vs. Fish, Webslob TV is a fish. So you could say that this $1 that you are about to receive is coming from a fish. Does this change your attitude towards the monetization?
No. I see it as a friendly offering.
So you will say funny looking fish, but you'll take a buck from a fish.
Yeah.
Does this change your attitude towards fish?
A little bit.
We are now fulfilling our request. Goat vs. Fish, send the verses. Send. We are not going to dox you, but we are going to prove that Goat vs. Fish has sent $1. We're going to show it on the living stream.
Yes, you sent $1. Thank you.
The generosity of Goat vs. Fish. The generosity of Goat vs. Fish. Where do you go to find money? Where is it? Where's the money? Where's the money, Goat?
any kind of side job I can find.
Ah, so do you consider yourself a hard-working goat?
Yeah, very hardworking.
Some say that there is an inherent value in hard work. Do you feel this way about hard work? Because it sounds like a lot of work.
Yes, I do.
It just sounds like so much work to Goat vs. Fish. They say, get a job, Goat vs. Fish. Get a real job, Goat vs. Fish. Is Goat vs. Fish a real job?
I don't see why it isn't. I mean, I'm a content creator, and I also have my own store online.
Ah, celebration. Do you wish to shout yourself out? It's up to you.
Yeah, everybody go check out Jester's Kitchen on YouTube and hop on over to Printify. My page over there is Sheffalo's Creations. Go ahead and give me a follow, like, subscribe, and if you would, make a purchase.
So you say Jester's Kitchen, you say. YouTube.com/Jester's Kitchen?
Yes, sir.
Some say Goat versus
Actually,
Fish.
No.
Yes?
My apologies. That is YouTube.com/Chef Jester.
Chef Jester. Ah, you see? You've got to know your own verses. Let this be a lesson to you from Goat vs. Fish. So we have said youtube.com/Chef Jester. No, we still have no verses. It's CHEFJESTER.
Yes.
We get nothing from Goat vs. Fish. Ah, but here we are. We see Chef Jester 17, Jester's Kitchen with a Z.
That is me.
We see Peach Fago plate review. Is that you?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. So we have Chef Jester 17. We're going to put the link in the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat. Drew John, appreciation for 100 bits. So, when you talk about cooking and consuming fish, you speak from a lot of experience. So you do a lot of cooking. Tell us about your recipe. What's your recipe for success?
My recipe for success would be really to, just find ingredients that go together, make sure that the tastes are all there, perfect the dish, and plate it as a nice product.
Have you ever consumed goat?
No.
This is fascinating to Goat versus Fish. Did you know that goat and fish, respectively, are the most popularly consumed meats in the world?
Yes, I did.
Yes, you did. Well, that is some wisdom. Well, we would challenge you. And Goat versus Fish, we are not here to endorse or not endorse the consumption of goat and fish. That is a versus that is up to you. However, if you were to make for a versus salmon with goat cheese or some kind of goat meat with caviar kind of situation, if you were to somehow prepare goat or prepare fish or prepare a Goat versus Fish kind of dish and give a shout out to Goat versus Fish, then we could see that becoming some content on Goat versus Fish too. A little combination, delicious taste of Goat versus Fish.
I could do that.
For such a popular meat of goat, perhaps you should have some experience with it.
Yeah.
What is your favorite way to prepare fish? Tell us how will you go about preparing a fish. Tell us what type of fish and how you would prepare the fish.
My favorite kind of fish actually is red snapper, and what I would do is gut it, descale it, clean it, stuff it with some lemon, some onion, some garlic, some fresh herbs, wrap it in foil with a lot of butter, put it in the oven, and let it bake.
Let it bake. And as it is baking, are you baking as well? Are you getting baked?
Yes.
Ah, so we see. We have heard that you can infuse the getting baked into goat butter or into fish fat. Have you ever done such an infusion?
I have infused coconut oil. I have infused regular butter. I have infused coconut milk. I've infused regular milk.
You speak again from so much experience, so much wisdom. We could say that for now, until you have been usurped by perhaps a fish that wants to versus you, you could just be the resident chef of Goat vs. Fish. How would you like to be the chef of Goat vs. Fish?
That would be awesome.
Celebration! The chef of Goat vs. Fish! The chef of Goat vs. Fish. When we get the goat and fish armies ready to versus, we know who's going to be in the kitchen. It's going to be the chef jester. It's going to be the jester chef. But this is your versus now. You are now the chef of Goat vs. Fish. But what would you say? What would you say to any fish who wanted to challenge your supremacy?
I'd tell them to get on a cedar plank and be prepared to be grilled.
Oh, that's a mighty versus. Oh, that's a mighty versus. When did you first encounter or hear of Goat vs. Fish? What brought you to this time and place where you're calling Goat vs. Fish?
A good friend of mine that goes by Paperboy actually gave me the phone number probably about a half an hour ago.
Celebration for Paperboy, who now has gotten 2 callers for Goat vs. Fish. They're sharing Goat vs. Fish. Well, we are going to subscribe to you on YouTube. We hope that you choose to subscribe to Goat vs. Fish, to the Goat vs. Fish channel.
I'm doing that as we speak.
Yes. May we make a recommendation to you? Are you willing to accept some, now that you are the chef of Goat vs. Fish, may we make a recommendation to you?
I'm open for any recommendation.
Here would be our recommendation. We are looking here at your YouTube profile pic. And something is telling Goat vs. Fish that is not actually a picture of food that you yourself have prepared. Would this be an accurate assessment by Goat vs. Fish?
Yes.
We would recommendation the Jester's Kitchen. That's all very fine. That's all very fine. But we would recommendation to have either a picture, a nice picture of yourself, or a nice picture of something that you yourself have actually prepared, an evidence. Make it yours. Make it your very own. That would be the recommendation of Goat vs. Fish.
I will take that recommendation in, and once I get up tomorrow and start moving around, I will go ahead and see what I can create.
Celebration for your creation. Celebration for your creation. We're now going to leave you with some final verses, something that we endeavor to ask all the goat and fish. You have said what you say to the fish. You said get on that cedar plank. What do you say to your fellow goats, to your fellow high goats?
Make sure you guys always watch your back and eat as much as you can and always get high and stand your ground.
What do you say to the pitiable, pathetic fence sitter who does not choose goat or fish?
Well, they don't know what they're doing in life because obviously they can't make the proper choice.
And what do you say to Goat vs. Fish?
Goat vs. Fish, I would like to thank you guys for giving me the time, and thank you for the support on my YouTube and all the ideas that you've thrown at me, and the opportunity for being the official Goat vs. Fish chef.
Always thank Goat vs. Fish. We'll see you next versus. Celebration for Chef Jester, the chef of Goat vs. Fish, the chef of Goat vs. Fish. Celebration. We've had a few chatters come into Goat vs. Fish. We have JRB, Mistress of Mayhem, who says, if there's Down syndrome, why isn't there an Up syndrome? Because down versus up is a false versus. Because down versus up is a false versus. There is only Goat versus Fish. Sensual Sloth says, I'm going insane and this isn't helping. Well, Sensual Sloth, the way towards sanity is choosing goat or fish. Are you goat or are you fish? Sensual Sloth retorts, the fence sitter sits in a superposition of both goat and fish. You fools! Well, you're the one who said you're going insane and you're not choosing goat or fish. It seems you have only yourself to blame, only yourself to blame. Vitingale says, what if we push the fence over and build a bridge and the goat can walk on and the fish can swim under? They have friendly conversations. That sounds like a nice idea. Down with fences! Down with the fence! Down with the fence! Forgive goat versus fish. Let's go into this versus. Let's go into this versus of goat versus fish. Here, because we want to copy this versus, we want to paste duplication. We're going to call this crew. And we're going to say here, Chef Jesters is the chef of Goat vs. Fish. Eventually, there will come a fish who will challenge the supremacy of Chef Jesters. And when that happens, well, it's going to be a big versus. When that happens, it's going to be a very big versus. Going back now to the Vsplacia, let's get those musications going once more. We have some bits. We have 300 bits. We have 200 bits. 200 bits from Drew John. And 100 bits from Webslobs TV for fish. So that's 300 bits for the fish. Let's have a look at what that does to goat versus fish. And with those 300 bits, fish have reclaimed the bits lead away from goat. 750 for fish, 750 bits for the fish versus 500 for the goat, a discrepancy of 250. Fish steal a versus back from the goat and bring it back to the fish side. A stellar maneuver by fish. A stellar maneuver by fish. Cowbells the celebrating goat. And of course, we have the marbleization race. Blasphemous has won the marbleization race for goat. Blasphemous has won the marbleization race for goat. Exclamation play to join goat versus fish. 10 minutes until the next race of goat versus fish. This is a beautiful, colorful versus. Webslobs TV appreciation. And goat versus fish, and goat versus fish. And goat versus fish. We think it's 12:08. Oh, my versus is 12:08. It's 12:08 and goat versus fish. The poll of goat versus fish. The poll of goat versus fish. The poll of goat versus fish. Fish, 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 fish take the verses. Fish take the verses with 50 votes. Fox with 25. Goat. Goat, what an embarrassing showing for Goat. You let the fence-sitting fox out-fox you, Goat? Oh. What an embarrassment for Goat. Sunnyvale representation with 80 for goat win. Slapstick 85 with 40 for goat win. Cowbells with 20 for goat win. Brother Abandoned, Tsunami Bit, Larrykin, J-Sticks, and Cowbells all throwing down for Fox? What the fence, Brother Abandoned? Brother Abandoned, have you even ever said a versus to goat versus fish? Brother Abandoned, are you a goat or are you a fish? The Plink, goat versus fish. The Pink Planter, Drew John, and Webslob TV with a combined might of 940 channel points give a big win for fish. Give a big win for fish. That means fish win the poll. Fish represent. Fish win the poll, and that means fish now win 2 of the 3 polls. The unification is destroyed. For that unification existed because there was an even versus in the polls. With that win of the poll, Fish is now in a very strong position with 5 verses. With 5 verses, recounting the goat and fish. Fish, 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s, 15s, 16s, 17s, 18s, 19s, 20s, 25s, 30 fish. 5s, 10s, 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s, 15s, 16s, 17s, 18s, 19s, 20s, 21s, 22s, 23s, 24s, 25, 26. Goat, a close versus, close enough. But Fish is triumphing. Fish is triumphing. Fish is dominating the subscriptions, but with another 8 subscriptions, Goat could tie the verses, or 9 subscriptions, Goat could steal the verses. Sound alerts, there's still only 1 sound alert for Fish. Goat could easily take the sound alerts if that's what they really wished. Fish has the sound alerts. There is 750. To make the sound alerts, you just have to use Goat or Fish sound alerts for Goat or Fish. And there's 750 bits for the Fish. There's 500 for Goat. The verses are very strong tonight. Goat have a versus from the Marble Wins. Goat are winning in the Marble Wins, and Goat are winning in the Radiation. Chef Jester, hey, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. It's the Jester Chef. Nice to see you. Nice to see you here on Goat vs. Fish. On YouTube, watching Goat vs. Fish. The verses just go on forever. The verses go on forever. But Goat and Fish, we think the Goat vs. Fish call-in show, we are going to end the Goat vs. Fish call-in show. We're going to end the Goat vs. Fish call-in show. We are now just in late night marbleization with Goat vs. Fish, marbleization, musications, those kinds of verses. We currently have 48 subscribers. Can we get 2 more subs? Can we get 2 more subs? Get Goat vs. Fish up to 50? Celebration for Chefalo17, who follows Goat vs. Fish on Twitch. That's nice to see. That's nice to see. It is now past midnight. It is now past midnight. So let's sing the verses. Let's bring in the new verses. Oh, we suspected it was Chef Jester. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Let us sing to bring in... Let us sing to bring in the new verses. Let's try this. Oh, my verses are Radiation! Guy, someone legit raids Goat vs. Fish. 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 Guys, someone legit raids goat versus fish. Guys, someone legit raids goat versus fish. Guys, someone legit raids goat versus fish. Guys, someone legit, are you goat or are you fish? May older fences be forgotten, never brought to mind. If goat or fish you'll choose not, we shall ask you once again. Celebration 2, It's Me Not Who follows Goat versus Fish. Celebration 2, Mr. This Guy 321 who follows Goat versus Fish. Celebration 2, Guys, someone legit who raids Goat versus Fish. Fish by fish, goat by goat, gonna make this versus grow. All it takes is a fish and a goat and a place to ask around. Are you fish or are you goat? Fence-sitters say they don't know. So we ask you, are you fish or a goat? Till the fence comes crumbling down. Thank you for the radiation of goat versus fish. We've got a marbleization race. We've got a marbleization race on the way. We've got a marble race on the way from Goat vs. Fish, and celebration to Sensul Sloth 69 who follows Goat vs. Fish. You make Goat vs. Fish ever stronger. Celebration! The marbleization race does continue here live on Goat vs. Fish. Let's see what's happened in the verses. We got Webslobs TV rolling to victory. Webslobs TV rolling to victory. Mr. This Guy says goat or fish. Mr. This Guy, are you goat or are you fish? Let's get that shout out. Oh, Chef Follow 17. We subscribed to your YouTube. You got your promotion. You got your promotion. Thank you for joining Goat vs. Fish. Thank you for joining Goat vs. Fish. Guy Someone Legit, let's give you a shout out on Goat vs. Fish. It's time for the promotion of Guy Someone Legit. It's time for the promotion of Guy Someone Legit, who legitimately has rated Goat vs. Fish. Sensual Sloth 69, are you goat or are you fish? Bowser Big Bean Burrito, are you goat or are you fish? Vitingale, yes, it is the Folsom versus. Levy Lock has gone goat. Levy Lock has gone goat. Mr. This Guy 321, hey, I was told to follow you and you listened. Mr. This Guy 321, are you goat or are you fish? It's me nut, are you goat or fish? Guy Someone Legit, are you goat or are you fish with your beautiful, glorious radiation of Goat vs. Fish? Digital Dak, hi, it's Goat vs. Fish. Hi, Digital Dak. Sensual Sloth says Sensual Sloth is an ardent fence sitter. Oh, it's you. Thank you for following Goat vs. Fish. It is pleasant to join you here. It is pleasant to join you here. Thank you for joining Goat vs. Fish. The Plink Panther. But Webslop TV wins the versus for Fish. Webslop TV wins the versus for Fish. Congratulations, Fish. Congratulations, Fish. Congratulations, Fish. With respect, Mad Paperboy, the Goat vs. Fish hotline is closed for the remainder of this versus. The verses are closed! And Chefalo 17 has gone goat, so let's get Chefalo in the verses. Digital Dak, Goat or Fish. We still want to know about that radiation, Guy Someone Legit. Goat or Fish for the raid. The verses could depend on it. Goat, fish, goat versus fish versus goat versus fish versus goat versus fish. Goat and Fish, it has been a beautiful versus. But we think it might be time to conclusion this mighty versus of Goat versus Fish. Let us remind you, we'll do one final marbleization race. Just for the fun of Goat versus Fish. 10 minutes to join Goat versus Fish. We'll see what happens in that 10 minuets. 10 minutes, exclamation play to join Goat versus Fish. But while that marbleization race, let us remind you what's going on. And that means you too, Chefalo. You can exclamation. All you have to do is type exclamation play in the chat and you too can play in this marble race. Here on the leaderboard, we can see Goat Streak 1. When we total up all the verses, we find that Goat won the previous stream, which means the Goat is on a streak of 1. The Fish won the previous stream to that. So Fish, the longest streak for Fish is 1. The longest streak now for Goat is 1. Goat are currently on the 1 streak. If Goat win this whole stream, then Goat versus Fish will give a Goat streak to 2. But Fish is well positioned now to claim the streak away from Goat. However, This is a matter of honor for Goat and Fish. This is a matter of history for Goat and Fish. Will Goat increase the streak to 2, or will Fish take away the momentum of Goat? It's very Goat versus Fish. Levy Lock says 300 for Goat. Levy Lock says 300 for Goat. That will definitely help Goat. Fish currently has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 verses. Goat only has 2. However, with 300 for Goat, that puts Goat at 800, which is 50 more than Fish, which means that Goat steals one of those verses from Fish. Perhaps if you are a fish, the goat stole it. Perhaps if you are a goat, the goat earned it. Now, suddenly, it's not so domination by Fish. Suddenly now, 3 verses for Goat, 4 verses for Fish. Fish are quite tight on the subscriptions. There are 10 subscriptions for Fish, 2 for Goat. In the verses of sound alerts, the sound alerts that are below the stream, Fish had a sound alert, Fish had a sound alert. It can be difficult to count the sound alerts because sometimes we're doing other verses. We think there might have been a second Fish sound alert. We think there was a second Fish sound alert, so we're going to give a second sound alert to Fish. But by the power of using Goat sound alerts or Fish sound alerts, you can Goat. If you do 3 Goat sound alerts, you can steal the verses from Fish. Radiation, we did just have a radiation, but we don't know if it was Goat or if it was Fish from Guy Someone Legit unless they declare Goat or Fish. Goat now are winning the bits, but only by 50. You have to strategization, Goat. What's the best way? What's the best way? You can also recruit other chatters to choose Goat or Fish. The Goat and Fish count is quite tight. Fatality. Are you Goat or Fish? Fatality is Fish. Oh, extending the Fish lead, extending the lead of Fish. Fatality comes in with the Fish, further dashing the hopes and dreams of Goat. Further dashing the hopes and dreams of Goat. You know, back in the heyday of television, you know, that was when I was on, because it was me, and I'm so great. But is this really what's passing for late night these days? This goat versus suck channel. I mean, if you watch whatever you want, okay, I don't care, because I'm better than you. Goat and Fish, that was Master Shake. No. The year is 1985, and I have had a sex change operation, and I am a woman. I am Mistress Shake. I am Mistress Shake. This isn't a joke. You will refer to me as Mistress Shake. Goat and Fish, make some noise for Mistress Shake. I did that. I did it for me. I did it for me, not for you. This isn't about you. This is about me and me feeling comfortable in my own body. Make some noise for Mistress Shake. Celebration. Celebration. Mistress Shake, not to be confused with Master Shake, the property of Adult Swim. This is Mistress Shake, a completely unique and distinct character on Goat vs. Fish. Central Sloth 69 says, as a fence sitter, I must choose goat for balance sake, for only when goat and fish balance perfectly on the axis of the fence will the universe know peace. Well, we don't know about that last part, but celebration for goat! Sensual Sloth has chosen goat. And Big Rig says, screw the goats, I'm fish. So much for your balance. Balance, it's hard-earned, Sensual Sloth 69. We celebration you. Attempting to bring balance to goat versus fish. It's not an easy versus, but we think that you can do it. With an attitude like that, anything's versable. And here we are now, 2 minutes and 30 seconds to join the marble race. We think we'll sing you a song while we're waiting. Exclamation play to join Goat versus Fish. Exclamation play in the Twitch chat to join Goat versus Fish. To join Goat versus Fish. Never met a versus that's so easy to choose. Do you be goats? 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 Do you be fish? Do you be fish? Do you be fish? Do you be goat? Do you be goat or do you be fish? Because the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence. Well, goat or up the land and fish or up the sea. About a goat versus fish. Which one do you be? Do you be goat or a fish? Do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence. Repeat after goat versus fish. Doobie 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 doobie. Doobie 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 doobie. Doobie 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 doobie. Goat, doobie goat, doobie goat, doobie goat, or doobie fish, doobie fish, or doobie goat, or a fish, because the goats doobie goat and the fish doobie fish. Do you be goat or a fish? If you wish to hear that song of Goat versus Fish, on Spotify, you can. Follow Goat vs. Fish on Spotify. There's the link to the Goat vs. Fish, Do You Be Goat or Fish song. Go and follow Goat vs. Fish. You can also find the song titled Do You Be Goat or Fish on YouTube, on Apple Music, on all major platforms. As rejected on America's Got Talent. Goat vs. Fish. As rejected on America's Got Talent, it's Goat vs. Fish.
Do you be goat? 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 Do you be fish?
Webslops TV gets launched.
Do you be goat? Do you be goat? Or do you be fish?
And eats it, but Matt Paperboy takes the verses.
Do you be fish? Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence. Well, goat or up the
Too many fence sitters on America's Got Talent indeed.
Goat versus fish. Which one do you be? Do you be goat or a fish? Do you be goat or a fish? Because the goats do be goat and the fish do be fish. Do you be goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence.
Segway Films rates Goat vs. Fish. Segway Films rates Goat vs. Fish. Redolent Thought Celebration. Redolent Thought. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Matt Paperboy wins the race for Goat. Wins the race for Goat again. Wins the race for Goat again. Redolent Thought is here with the radiation. Redolent Thought. What happened to your profile picture, Redolent Thought? Oh, it's just being fancy. Don't worry, we can see it. Celebration. Redolent Thought is in the verses. Adam Rainstopper is saying all kinds of lascivious things to fish. Or maybe they're saying it about Goat. MX Matty B. Segway friend of Raid. Velvet. Avalon. Welcome to Goat vs. Fish Segway Films. Are you Goat or are you fish? Are you Goat or fish? Do you be Goat or do you be fish? Mad Paperboy won the last marble race. Mad Paperboy won the marble race.
Because the goats do be goat and
that means we're counting it for Goat. That means we're counting it for Goat. That means we're counting one more marble win for Goat. And we have Velvet Avalon who chooses Goat. Velvet Avalon, your Goat is now added to Goat vs. Fish. Segway Films, your Goat is added to Goat vs. Fish. Segway Films rated with 11. Your 11 radiation points are added to Goat vs. Fish. 46 now for Goat. 46 now for Goat. 46 radiation points for Goat. Adam Rainstopper is supposing. Redolent Thought, are you choosing Goat or Fish? Thank you, Raiders of Goat vs. Fish. Please follow Goat vs. Fish. We are having a very intense and mighty versus. Redolent Thought is going always Goat. Goat won the previous verses. They're thinking maybe they want to have a streak of 2 Goat. But here, let's count the fish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22s. 32 fish. And for the Goat, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Even verses! Even verses for Goat and Fish. Even verses for Goat and Fish. The verses is thus no longer belonging to Fish. It's now a unification for type verses. It's now a unification type versus a split between Goat and Fish. On how many Goat and Fish? MX Matty B is a tiresome cow, is on the fence. Adam Rainstopper just broke the tie. Adam Rainstopper is Fish. Adam Rainstopper is Fish, resting the unification away. Resting the unification away. That's Fish. That's one more Fish. That's one more Fish. Resting unification away. Back to the Fish. The versus goes back to the Fish. No, says Fatality. No, says Sensual Sloth. And they think that this was a winning. We're just. John Rando says Go Team Fish. John Rando on YouTube says Go Team Fish. That's another fish. Further solidifying. Fish. Further solidifying fish. We have 800 bits have been given in the name of Goat, 750 in the name of Fish. We have 10 subscriptions for Fish. We have 2 subscriptions for Goat. We have 2 sound alerts for Fish. Redland Thought says, the hell John Rando doing on YouTube? Get back on Twitch where you belong, John Rando. Oh, my verses. You can watch Goat vs. Fish however you wish. Fish, if you wish to secure your lead over Goat, you can cheer more than 50 bits to Goat vs. Fish, or you can always exclamation point tip. Goat, if you want to steal the verses from Fish for subscriptions, it would take 9 gifted subscriptions to Goat vs. Fish. You can play sound alerts for Goat. You can get to do a sound alert war. You can choose Goat or Fish. We have a mighty radiation. In other verses, how was your stream? Can't forget to ask that. Exclamation play to join Goat vs. Fish. Now watch Goat vs. Fish get strong.
Do you be Goat?
What is that thing? What does it do? Well, we think it's pretty clear what it does.
Do you be Fish? Do you be Goat? Because the goats do be Goat and the fish do be Fish. Do you be Goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence. Well, Goat are of the land and fish are of the sea. But Goat versus Fish, which one do you be? Do you be Goat or a fish? Meh. Do you be Goat or a fish? Boom, 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 boom. Because the goats do be Goat and the fish do be Fish. Do you be Goat or a fish? Don't sit on the fence.
Don't miss Mulholland Drive. Goat vs. Fish watched Mulholland Drive perhaps several million years ago. It was pretty great. Is that the one where they're like, I'm ready for my close-up, Goat vs. Fish? Is that the one where they're ready for my close-up? Yeah. That's what we like to hear. Duncan did it! Can we believe Duncan did it? Duncan did it. Can we believe that it's really your first message on Goat vs. Fish? Can it really be your first message on Goat vs. Fish? Celebration where Duncan did it. Nice to have you here on Goat vs. Fish. 6+ hour stream. Azzy Drummer, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Yes, it's been a mighty stream of Goat vs. Fish. Goat vs. Fish is 2 subscribers away from 50 subscribers here on Twitch. We're building the verses back up again. We love all the support we're getting from all the Goat and Fish. ! Play to join Goat vs. Fish. We had a call-in stream earlier where we called in and talked to Goat vs. Fish. We'll be doing the call-in stream. MX Matty B. And by the verses, Redolin thought, we don't think... Goat vs. Fish does not think we're going to be playing that date after all, so don't despair about it. But we should still get together and make some musications. I see you ate one before a celebrating goat. A celebration for goat. That's one more goat. That's one more goat. Duncan did it. Are you goat or fish? This is a big versus. Central Sloth 69 subscribed with Prime to Goat vs. Fish. That's right, Fence Bezos. Give us your money. Oh, you're a fence sitter? Oh, sorry we asked. Not really. We'll always ask you if you're goat or fish. But I see you ate one before has gone goat. We would have to count again, but we are quite certain that Fish is still leading by 1. We'll check again. We'll check again. I see you ate one before goat. Nice to have you in the verses. How goes the Guitar Hero? ! Play to join Goat vs. Fish. Websloth TV, still Fish. Websloth, we must say, your dedication to Fish is beautiful to Goat vs. Fish. Just beautiful to Goat vs. Fish. For those of you who have never seen this, it's time for your treat. It's time for your treat. You may not like it, but this is what peak Goat vs. Fish performance looks like. Azzy Drummer with the cardboard cowboy. Azzy Drummer with a declaration of goat. We believe that puts Goat and Fish at even verses. We'll check after this. Well, actually, we have enough time. We have enough time to check before the marbleization race. It really depends on this. We could be headed for a unification. Counting once again the goat and fish. I see you ate one before with 420 bits. 420 bits for goat. 420 bits for goat. Appreciation. That puts goat very much in the lead in the verses of bits. Celebration for GOAT, your dedication and your continued contribution to GOAT truly makes GOAT versus Fish versus. Counting the fish. Now, you will notice that about here and here and here, those are hearts. Those aren't GOAT and fish. We're not skipping GOAT and fish. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s, 15s, 16s, 17s, 18s, 19s, 20s, 21s, 22s, 23s, 24s, 25s, 26s, 27s, 28s, 29s, 30s, 31, 32, 33, 34 fish. 34 fish. And now the GOAT. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s, 15s, 16s, 17s, 18s, 19s, 20s, 21s, 22s, 23s, 24s, 25s, 26s, 27s, 28s, 29s, 30s, 30s, 1s, 32s, 33 GOAT. GOAT are still behind the fish by 1. GOAT are still behind the fish by 1, and the marble race has begun. And the marble race has begun. So much going on for GOAT versus Fish. So much going on for GOAT versus Fish. This is how we like doing our streams. There's always so much going on for GOAT versus Fish. We can scarcely keep up with the verses. There's always another versus happening on GOAT versus Fish. That's very much how we like it. That's very much how we like it. Vitality is rolling. Vitality, I see you ate one before, and oh, what a final course this is. Redlin thought it would have been fun if you were in here earlier in the verses. We were doing a GOAT versus Fish call-in stream. And of course, the GOAT versus Fish call-in stream will surely return again. We think it was a popular versus. We had a few goats call in, and we had a fish call in, and we had a fence sitter call in. This is a very fancy track, to be certain. We get to the end of the verses, and then they say, oh, why don't you just do the whole verses all over again? This is what it feels like to be on the fence. You're falling. You're going nowhere. You don't know. Oh, my verse is Redlin thought. Oh! Redlin thought almost had the celebration. You will become better able to raise your family with GOAT versus Fish. The more time you spend with GOAT versus Fish, the more you dedication yourself to GOAT versus Fish, the better your time spent with the family will be. Did you fall off the fence? It doesn't appear that you were ever in this versus. Or perhaps you did, and we just don't see you in the top 10. Perhaps you did. MX Matty B. It would appear that you did. MX Matty B. MX Matty B says, stay on the fence to weigh it down and break it. Fishter GoatVsFish, if you value freedom, tear down this fence. They're eating the goats, they're eating the fish, and some, I assume, are fence sitters. How tedious is this? Oh.
My bum is on the rail. Bum is on the rail. Look at me. My bum is on the rail.
MX Matty B has been elimination. Oh, my verses. Versus, Giant Spoon. Yes. Versus. Fatality, you're our only hope. It seems that the last marble race was fenced. The last marble race was fenced. Versus. I see wait one before. Everyone died. Well, that's just Goat versus Fish for you. Sorry! It is now time for the final count. I'm in a suit there. Hi, I'm Stonks, and I am your financial advisor, accountant, and lawyer, all for Goat vs. Fish. I am on retainer from Goat vs. Fish, and I am here to provide financial analysis and occasional legal advice for Goat vs. Fish. I am into stonks. I am not into cryptocurrency. However, I am planning to build a rocket in order to go to space. I've been to space. Your contributions helped me get to space. And I said, wow, I've been to space. I once had a relationship with Clubman, but Clubman was old money and didn't respect my new ways, and it just didn't work out. I have not declared if I am goat or fish, but I definitely recommend investing in goat, investing in fish, and most of all, investing in Goat versus Fish. Goat versus Fish will double your verses, triple your verses. I want nothing more than to stand high upon the highest stonk mountain, the highest the stonk will ever be, and look down at the universe that has wrought my stonks, knowing that it is only by bringing the earth to the brink of non-existence that I can maximize my profits. And then, as the world crumbles beneath my feet, I will leap off of the top of the peak of Stonks Mountain and land in my rocket to Mars. Then, I will repopulate Mars with Goat versus Fish. Goat and Fish, that is Stonks, one of the more well-developed characters here on Goat vs. Fish. There are others. It's time to count the final verses. It's time to count the final verses. We know you can hear Goat vs. Fish. You have to embrace the silence of Goat vs. Fish. Levy Lock and Giant Spoons are now in a very interesting conversation. Tail Otters rates Goat vs. Fish! Tail Otters rates Goat vs. Fish! This versus is not over. Tail Otter is rating Goat vs. Fish. Oh, my verses. Radiation. Tail Otters. Fish. Tail Otters. Fish. MF Jingles. Fish. 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 It's looking like a fish raid. Fish solidifying their already dominant position. Just as we're about to close out the verses. Tail Otter Fish. MF Jingles Fish. 17 radiation points for a fish. It's not enough to overcome the radiations of Goat. However, it does place Fish much more strongly in the count. We just recently counted the Goat and Fish, and we know that there are more fish than Goat, but for the sake of the Raiders, let's count. Fish. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s, 15s, 16s, 17s, 18s, 19s, 20s, 21s, 22s, 23s, 24s, 25s, 26s, 27s, 28s, 29s, 30s, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36 fish. And now the Goat. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s, 15s, 16s, 17s, 18s, 19s, 20s, 21s, 22s, 23s, 24s, 25s, 26s, 27s, 28s, 29s, 30s, 31, 32, 33 Goat. The red circle's representation, Marble Race wins. So there's one versus for Goat from the Marble wins, one versus for Fish from there being more fish than Goat. Goat have 1,220 bits, Fish have 750. Goat wins the versus of bits. Fish would need 500, would need about 480. Fish would need 480 or 471 bits in order to reclaim the bits from the Goat. 471 bits for Fish. Fish have 10 subscriptions. Goat have 2. That's an easy win for Fish. Fish have 2 sound alerts. Goat have none. Goat have the radiations. Fish have the poles. That leaves Fish with 4 verses and Goat with 3. But it's not over until we sing the Song of Triumph. Let's get a shout out. Oh, my verses! Julian Mr. Humdinger rates Goat versus Fish. Julian Mr. Humdinger rates Goat versus Fish. The verses that will not end. It is the verse that would not end. It is a verse that will not end. A shout out. First, we're behind on shout outs. A shout out. Shout out for Tail Otter. Shout out for Tail Otter. And of course, Julian Mr. Humdinger. Julian Mr. Humdinger resubscribes for Goat vs. Fish Thursdays. Julie Mr. Humdinger for Goat vs. Fish Thursdays. Julie Mr. Humdinger, are you Goat or are you Fish? We thought we were done with marbles, but it appears that we're not. With all these radiations coming in and with the marbles being in our description, We would be remiss. Goat and Fish, follow Julie Mr. Humdinger, who also goes fish, Oh, the fish are just adding verses. It's insult to injury. It's insult to injury, Goat and Fish. Let's go Glurg Splashtastic Adventure. Julie and Mr. Humdinger comes in with a fish raid of 15. Exclamation play to join Goat vs. Fish. This will be a 5-minute countdown. They just want more Goat vs. Fish. A 5-minute countdown. Exclamation play to join Goat vs. Fish. Julie and Mr. Humdinger is totally changing the verses. Julie and Mr. Humdinger is totally changing the verses. Verse with the resubscription, and a celebration for Goat from Sensual Sloth. That's one more subscription point for Fish. And 15 raid points. 15 raid points for Fish. 35 to 46. 15 raid points for Fish. That makes 50 radiation points. Fish have now overtaken Goat in radiation points. Stealing another verses from Goat. Onto the side of Fish. What happened, Goat? Versus was so close. It was within your grasp, Goat. It was within your grasp. The verses was within your grasp, but you couldn't hold on to it. Because in came the fish. The Goat and Fish. Wrestling over that precious verses. Oh! Wrestling over the verses. I've never seen anything quite like it. I hope that Goat and Fish learn to get along someday, but it looks like this time they ain't gonna stop fighting. So I hope they have a great old time here. Goat Fish and versus. Celebration.
Are you Goat or are you Fish? That is the answer. No. That's the question. I need to learn my lines.
Oh, my verses. This shall be a mighty verses. Are you Goat or Fish? Are you Goat or are you Fish? This is the verse.
A shout out for Julie and Mr. Humdinger. You almost made it down for a show from Bakersfield. Well, MX Matty B, we hope that you might join Goat vs. Fish. Time for the shout out to Julie and Mr. Humdinger.
This is the verses. Are you Goat or are you Fish? Are you Goat or are you Fish? Are you Goat or are you Fish? Are you Goat or are you Fish?
Julie and Mr. Humdinger has been maintaining Goat vs. Fish Thursday for many years. So give Julie and Mr. Humdinger a follow and your respect. And they will be there for you. They will be there for you when you want to talk about Goat vs. Fish. Julie and Mr. Humdinger will be there. It's time for Glurg Splashtastic Sea Venture. In 1 minute and 14 seconds. Webslop TV says Frylock. You're listening to Thunder Tracks. And it is a tradition here on Goat vs. Fish that on Glurgs, Splashtastic Sea Venture. We remind you now that Goat vs. Fish has 49 subscribers. If we get one more subscriber, we have 50. Who wants to be the 50th subscriber to Goat vs. Fish? Who wants to gift that 50th sub to Goat vs. Fish? We like Lurks Sea Venture because it's a very fish kind of versus. As you can see here, giant shark fish. There's Thunder Tracks. There's Thunder Tracks. You can follow Thunder Tracks and say, Goat vs. Fish sent me. Fatality! Crosses the finish! Yo! Fatality, how does it feel to triumph? Are you a goat or a fish? Are you a goat or a fish? Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. Are you goat or fish? It's goat versus fish. Goat versus fish. A beautiful versus. A beautiful versus. I already won for forever when that shirt came in the mail, and we're so pleased that it did. Big Rick 250 still going fish. Goat and Fish, this has been a beautiful and mighty versus of Goat versus Fish. But we think it's time to sing the triumph of fish. Goat, if you have any final moves to make, now is your time to make them. As Moby chooses fish. I see you ate one before with 100 bits for Goat. appreciation. It has been an incredible versus. Thanks to you. Thanks to all of you. Duty Beard rates Goat versus Fish. The versus is not over. The versus is not over. The versus is not over. Miss Space Cake says I was promised weird. All I see is a guy singing with a guitar and a beard. But there is one thing that you haven't contemplated until your curiosity is sated. Focus on this versus that says Goat versus Fish for as long as you wish, and it's live on the stream. What does that even mean? Is it something obscene? Goat are always versus the fish. The fence sitter pitiably sits on the fence. But it was written and it was wrote that goat versus fish and fish versus goat. If that doesn't make any sense, just please, please don't sit on the fence. No, 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 don't sit on the fence. Duty Beard with a mighty raid. Duty Beard says, what about fish sauce? Is fish sauce the boss? But we think that it's something in translation is lost, because if there is such a versus as fish sauce, there must be goat sauce too. Goat sauce too, goat sauce too. Fish by fish, goat by goat, gonna make this versus grow. All it takes is a fish and a goat and a place to ask around. Are you fish or are you goat? Fence sitters say they don't know. So we ask you, are you fish or a goat, till the fence comes crumbling down. Let's hear it, chat. Let's hear it, chat. Are you goat or are you fish? Especially you, Duty Beard. It looks like that the versus was about to go for fish, but with such a massive radiation, it could turn the tide to goat. Celebration to the Celestial Frog for following Goat versus Fish, for Mrs. Space Cake for following Goat versus Fish. Duty Beard said fish. Did you not say fish, Duty Beard? Goat or fish? Jay Hints goes fish. Everybody's doing a brand new verse now. Come on, baby, choose a goat or fish. I know you'll get to like it if you give it a chance now. Come on, Raiders, are you goat or fish? You've never met a versus that's so easy to choose. You can versus in the mountains or the ocean's blue. So come on, choose a goat or fishy with me. Just get up off that fence now. Goat or fishy, choose goat, choose fish. Well, I think you're off the fence. But of course, Goat versus Fish isn't all just about musications. There are many aspects to Goat versus Fish. Why, here's one now. Here's another aspect of goat versus fish. Moby was taken with the gifted verses. Celebration! 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 If you rated Goat vs. Fish and you're still watching this rubbish, then you really need to just get back to watching TikTok reels or something. Nothing could possibly be dumber than this. It's a complete waste of your time and energy. You'd get more intellectual development telling an AI to make you pictures of your own butt. Why are you still here? Don't listen to Hotateron. Hotateron is a fence sitter who doesn't choose goat or fish. Not to be trusted. Not to be trusted. You may say, why is it so important for me to choose goat or fish? Well, your life is passing you by and you've got to get off the fence. But there's another reason. It looks like this. Goat versus fish. It's goat versus fish. It's goat versus fish. Duty Beard. A shout out for Duty Beard. A shout out for Duty Beard. We'll set up a random track for those of you who want to marbles once more. Exclamation point play for goat versus fish. Exclamation play for goat versus fish. Duty Beard rates goat versus fish with 69 We were about to sing the sound of triumph for fish. But then Duty Beard rates goat versus fish. And Moby was taken. But I Chose Fish has gifted a sub that makes 50 subs for goat versus fish. What a beautiful versus. Jay Hintz says goatfish. Jay Hintz is on the fence. Jay Hintz is on the fence. Duty Beard asked about fish sauce. We actually have some fish sauce in our fridge. Mario Fan 82 says, hello Mario Fan. Are you a goat or a fish? 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 Tactical Unicorn Rainbows, are you a goat or are you a fish? Celestial Frog, are you a goat or are you a fish? That fish is great. That sounds like a versus for fish. Mrs. Space Cake, are you goat or are you fish? Duty Beard says, We do not see Duty Beard. We do not see from you a declaration of goat or fish, but why the Gartic link? What the fence? What are you saying to goat versus fish? It looks like this might have been a fence raid. There was a question about fish sauce, though. So that's fish. We would love to record you Mrs. Space Cake says goat. Celebration for goat. Exclamation play to join goat versus fish. There will be a marble race. However, there will only be 1 minute and 20 seconds. That is to say 2 minutes. Oh, my verses. 2 minutes to join the marbleization race with exclamation point play. Duty was absolutely exhausted, so there's a chance that they've fallen right to sleep. Well, just next time they give goat versus fish such a beautiful, excellent radiation, just be sure to declare goat or fish. It's very important to declare goat or fish, for without a declaration, how would we know? But Mrs. Space Cake declares goat. So let's get a goat in the verses. Your goat has been written. Your goat has now been written in Goat vs. Fish. Forgotten Virtue, welcome to Goat vs. Fish. Unfortunately, you can't play from YouTube, but we would bet you already know that. Are you goat or fish? One more fish, BBDH. 187 says one more for fish. It's a never-ending versus. Trying to convince them to do goat yoga? That sounds like a great versus. Here, we're counting the goat and fish. Each one of these red verses represents a marbleization race. Fatality, are you goat or fish? This versus, we've had 1,320 bits for goat, 750 for fish. We've had 2 subscriptions for goat. We've had 12 subscriptions for fish. We've had 2 sound alerts for fish. 50 raid points for fish, 46 for goat. Duty Beard could change the verses for goat if they declared goat or fish, but we just don't know. Fatality is fish. Fatality is fish. That's 1 more marble win for fish. It's 4 wins for fish. It was a mighty radiation. We're extending the verses, but fish is still looking very strong. Fish is still looking very strong. Goat already have the bits. Goat would have to win. Oh, my verses. They'd have to get sound alerts. They'd have to gift 11 subscriptions to Goat vs. Fish, or at least 10 to bring about a unification. We'd have to find some more goats to declare goat in the stream. You could recruit more goat. But there's not much time. You're extending the stream of Goat vs. Fish with your radiations and continued support. But this versus is almost ended. We were about to sing the song of triumph for the fish. But then in came the radiations. John Rando wins the versus. John Rando, is that a vote for goat or a vote for fish? Even if it was for fish, it's not enough to overtake goat in the verses of marbles. John Rando, celebration on your triumph. For those of you who are still with Goat vs. Fish, we would implore you, subscribe to Goat vs. Fish. Subscribe to Goat vs. Fish on YouTube. Follow Goat vs. Fish on Instagram. Follow Goat vs. Fish on TikTok and even on the Twitterver. Follow the link in the link tree and join the Discord of Goat vs. Fish. These are all ways where you can support Goat vs. Fish, and we hope that you do. Goat vs. Fish has 2,015 YouTube subscribers. Brilliant verses, beautiful verses. North and Tara says 40 bits, says Goat. This very minute says this very minute for Goat. This very minute for Goat. This very minute for Goat. It's the Goat vs. Fish show. Not much room for goat, but there is your goat. We think we can give you a slightly finer goat. Here's your goat. Here's your goat. Fine goat. Fine goat. Not enough to overwhelm the fish, though. Not enough to overwhelm the fish, but we appreciation your 40 bits of giant goat. Van Bubblegum follows Goat vs. Fish. Van Bubblegum, are you a goat or a fish? Celebration for following Goat vs. Fish. The energy has been high. The energy has been extreme this Goat vs. Fish Thursday. And now as we approach 2 in the AM. Goat and Fish. The Fish have 5 verses. The Goat have 2. Van Bubblegum, you may just have followed Goat vs. Fish. But the verses now comes to this. Many of you have been watching Goat vs. Fish for many hours. Now has come time for your giant release, all of that pent-up verses. Who is going to triumph? Who is going to triumph of Goat vs. Fish? Now is time for the song of celebration. The song of celebration for Fish. The fish do triumph, the fish do triumph over the goat. The fish do triumph, the fish do triumph over the goat. The goat put up a mighty fine verses, but the fish do triumph over the goat. The fish do triumph, the fish do triumph over the goat. Goat versus fish. Goat versus fish is wherever you are, whether you're near or you're far. Goat versus fish, the mighty goat fish. Goat versus fish is wherever you are. Where have you come from? Where shall you go? What have you seen? To whom will you show? How can we learn and how can we grow? Does anyone even know? No. Does anyone even know that it's fish versus goat? It's goat versus fish, and the unity of goat fish. Goat versus the fish. Is there a tear in your eye? There should be. Sensual Sloth, it has been a very pleasant having you here on Goat vs. Fish. Let's go now. The verses. Here we can see. Goat streak. No. Fish streak. The fish streak is 1. And the longest streak count remains at 1-1 since we started counting. You've done it, Fish. You've wrested control back from the goats. So you know now, you have to come back to Goat vs. Fish. You have to come back every stream of Goat vs. Fish to make that streak happen. You need to come back to Goat vs. Fish. Let's make it written. On the Goat vs. Fish Thursday of 6/27. It was a fish triumph. It was a triumph for fish! Fish triumph. Fish of the verses. Fish of the verses goes to Drew John. Fish of the verses goes to Drew John, who we welcome back to the verses for all their service of Goat vs. Fish. Honorable Goat verses goes to Mad Paperboy. Appreciation to our mods for sticking with Goat vs. Fish. Now, Mad Paperboy, if Goat had won the verses, you would have gotten Goat of the verses, but Fish won the verses, so Drew John gets Fish of the verses, an honorable Goat verses to Mad Paperboy. Appreciation to our mods. Oh, look, it's the Goat vs. Fish televerses. This has been Goat vs. Fish. Let's bring back that scrolling verses. Ooh, look at the amazing graphics of Goat vs. Fish. Hey, that's nice, Goat vs. Fish. Nice verses. Nice verses. Congratulations again to the Fish. We'll see you on the next verses of Goat vs. Fish. If you have still hesitation to subscribe to Goat vs. Fish on YouTube or to follow Goat vs. Fish on social media, please consider doing this. If you have supported Goat vs. Fish and want to support Goat vs. Fish extrally, join the Patreon of Goat vs. Fish. $5 versus American dollars a month helps pay for parking for Goat vs. Fish. We go to a festival, we need to pay for that parking somehow. Pay for the parking of Goat vs. Fish by becoming a patron of Goat vs. Fish. Yes, Jim Tam Laundry, a long stream. It's Goat vs. Fish Thursday. But yes, it's been a while since we've had a 7.5-hour stream, but that's the dream. It's time to conduct a radiation. Let's find out who we're rating on Goat vs. Fish. YouTubers, it has been a beautiful stream. We'll see you on the next verses of Goat vs. Fish.